Greetings, loves. Greetings. So, I don't really see anybody back with me, so I'm pretty sure YouTube did not give you guys the alert that I am back. And that's just how it goes. If you go live back to back, you definitely don't get alerts sent out. So I'm trying to share this, and that's probably not going to help much. So I don't know. Um, and I do apologize for the crash. I have no idea where that came from, but it has happened before. It seems like I don't know. It just seems like it's all kind of stuff going on to hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So I'm still trying to share this on a couple of places. So anywho, back to what I was saying. Okay, because I do have a couple of people that are probably going to join me, so I'm trying to get the little petty stuff out the way, because I don't think they even really want to even be talking about none of this stuff. So let me get my little petty talk out the way. All right. So I was talking about Tamar. Okay. Hey, eBay Cancer, how you doing, sis? Yeah. I just feel like this chick is out of control. I mean, how many things do she have to mess up, for us not to see that? Now, as far as what happened between her and her dude, that she, I guess, still married to, I mean, whatever that is, I don't really deal with people in their marriages or whatever, but, she got kicked off the View. Every time you see her on the show, she is being a very ugly person. And for what I see with her on this show, she is just disgusting. She is very disgusting. And they aid and abet her with it. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. And they just doing this show. I mean, I get everybody need to make their money however they need to make their money. But they driving Tracy insane. She done got to the point where she telling them we not sisters no more. We just co-workers. She about ready to tear them apart so much that she done jumped on the cameraman and attacked the cameraman when she really want to beat her sisters down. You know, she got her husband fighting her battles for her verbally because she don't want to speak up to them. And then gonna let Tamar tell her husband, call him a jailbird and all this other kind of stuff because he's speaking up for her on her behalf. You know, disrespect the dude like that. Like, this is, Kid Tamar is an ugly person. Ugly person. Then Tony gets in front of the camera talking about how Tamar is treating the dude she with. But then when she get a chance to say something to Tamar about it, she just want to sit there and butter Tamar up about, I don't know what, some other stuff. Try to help her figure out something. Because it's like she rocks with Tamar, and she does it because Tamar is the most popular one next to her. Like, we don't see this. Tony would do anything to stay relevant. Like, it's so corny, it doesn't make any sense. Like, they are so very dysfunctional. So very dysfunctional. And they act like, you know, they like they got it going on. Like, Trina and Tracy, the ones that halfway got some decency about them. Like, that shit was so crazy. I'm like, I can't even believe this. I can't even believe it. It's just ridiculous. Then I watched Iyanla with the family. Y'all saw that with the family, the all the boys, and I think there's one girl. I think the mama was on drugs, and the father was like probably an alcoholic or whatever. And they gave them up, and they were all molested when they was little, and they was forced to like molest each other. Y'all remember them? And they was on, I guess, last year, and they came back. Oh man, that is such a dysfunctional situation there. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Like, there's no, see, this is what I'm talking about. Situations like that, it's no way that they're going to be able to occasionally come on a Iyanla Vanzant show, you know, for however many hours they stay at her house and do a show for an hour or two or whatever. And that helped them. They got so much trauma and turmoil with them that they actually need to be living in a house, like getting constant therapy. Just like, you know, sometimes they send people to like a rehab house or something like that. Like, this is a family that they definitely need to be literally living in a house. That's like the only way that they probably would be able to be helped, and they need years of therapy. I mean, the stuff that these people went through is insane. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. And I have a feeling that the two brothers, I guess it's Marvin and, is it Marvin and Marvin? Like, it's spelled differently. But I feel like what they don't want to say, like the one that wanted to leave, he got blind dye on the top of his head. I think he actually molested his brother. When she asked him, is there something you want to apologize to your brother about? After having the other brother apologize to him, and he didn't want to say anything. I feel like maybe he had a sexual encounter with the brother. And it's just, I don't know, but I feel like, and then the other brother, I haven't seen none of his YouTube videos. I'm glad I haven't seen none of his YouTube videos. I'm not gonna go looking for none of his YouTube videos, but they talking about it on the show. They show some of it, like he's dressing up like a girl and pouring honey on himself, be in the shower or whatever, and like the other guy was gonna commit suicide, and I don't know. They just all have a lot going on with them. I mean, they went through a lot and they fight each other. It's just really bad. It's really bad. I mean, they look great. Everybody keeps talking about how great they look and how beautiful their skin is, but I mean, all of them are gay. And they don't know how to love each other. They don't know how to communicate. And they are very messed up. Very messed up. And this is the part that I don't like and respect about Iyanla. You know, like I said, it all goes back to the fact that pretty much everybody is. It's like nobody's turning down an opportunity these days to get some coins. It's just not happening. It's not happening. I don't see it. I mean, you probably not gonna see it because you're not gonna see the person because they don't show up because they turned it down. So you missed that part. But she shouldn't really be putting them out here. That's a fact. Because there's no way that she can help these people like this. The only thing possible for her to do is what she's doing, is exploit them for views and ratings. That's it, because their situation is very traumatic. Hey, Hooded One. It's very traumatic, and that's all she can get from them. Let me send these links out before I forget, because I will get to talking and I forget. And it's like she not gonna be able to get nothing out. She like I said, these people are so messed up. If there is a possibility in this world for them to get some help and be able to function normally, they have to actually be getting help constantly, and I don't see it happening. So she knows she's not gonna be, when they walk out her door, they're gonna be still just as messed up as they were when they came there. And unless she keeps, somebody said that she needs to have a series with just them on there. Even if she does that, it's not going to be enough for these people. It's just going to give y'all a show. When they go home, they still have problems that they, are going to be having a hard time dealing with on a daily basis. Okay, let me get this email. Okay, I got a couple people want to join. All right. So I'm going to move on from that. Walmart actually, look like somebody joined. Let's see. Hey, what's going on, Paige? We got Deacon of Defense on the panel.
What's going on, everybody?
Greetings.
How you doing this evening?
How are you doing? I am doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain.
All right, that's good. I know there was some ball playing going on last night. Some finals.
Yeah, Warriors and Raptors. Yeah.
Okay, so that means that was the last game.
No. They got one more. If the Raptors win, if the Warriors win, then there's two more games.
Okay. So I'm gonna send out a couple more. It looks like we got two more people that might come up here. So let me type those in real quick, and then I'm gonna move on to the next subject. I don't think you got, unless you got anything to add to those two that I was talking about, those two subjects.
No, I don't. No.
Yeah, I didn't think you did. That's why I said I don't think these guys talk about those two. But my next subject, and this email. Let me make sure I don't mess it up real quick before I move on. That man sure ain't nobody gonna get their email address. Now I don't know who this person. I know one of them, but I don't know who the other person is. So I'm just
You just sending out links and don't know who you're sending them to, huh?
yeah. I'm kind of, but they're in the back chat in a group. So I'm thinking they're gonna be pretty cool. So hey, Hey, sometimes around slow, sometimes around quick. You just never know. So we'll see. Yeah, so the next story is just a little short story. Walmart is saying that they want to give you the option of delivering groceries straight to your fridge.
I
Yeah,
can live with that.
okay. Some people may and some people may not. I first saw this on posted on Facebook, and it says Walmart is getting better. It can convince time-strapped customers to let strangers, that doesn't say strangers, uh, deliver groceries into their refrigerators while they are away from home. In a new service announced Friday, customers will be able to order groceries online, and I think some refrigerators now let you order from your refrigerator. And then a Walmart worker will drive the food from the nearby store and deliver it to fridges in customers' kitchens or garages. And I know that Amazon has something that I forgot what it's called, but they install it, and they can use it to open your door, you know, and deliver inside your home. It says it is Walmart's latest innovation in its grocery business, which makes up more than half of the company's annual sales. Walmart piloted its new service in New Jersey for 5 months, and it's ready to expand. The option will be available to more than 1 million customers this fall in Kansas City, Pittsburgh, and Vero Beach, Florida. Walmart charges a fee for regular grocery delivery orders, and it did not disclose how much customers will have to pay for in-home delivery. And here's how the service works. Customers can purchase groceries online and select a delivery day. Walmart's employees will wear a camera when they enter the customers' homes, allowing shoppers to watch the process live from their phones. Customers won't have to pay for a camera, but they will have to purchase a special door lock. Okay, there we go. So Walmart did not say how much the lock will cost. Walmart believes it can entice shoppers with another convenient perk as a part of its in-home delivery service. Later this year, customers will be able to leave their returns from Walmart's website on their counter, and the employee will bring the item back to the store. So their in-home grocery delivery is not an entirely new concept for Walmart. The company partnered with another grocery delivery option in 2017 with smart security company in August, which makes locks customers can monitor on their phones. And that test included drivers from a crowdsourced startup to deliver the items to customers. Amazon launched Key in 2017 that allows drivers to deliver inside of customers' homes when they're not around. And the biggest barrier Walmart will face with this new service is that most people don't want strangers in their homes. So I'm not going to keep reading. That's pretty much the gist of it right there.
Okay, now when you read the title, or
Mhm.
when you mentioned from Walmart to the refrigerator, I thought it was just, you were just joking. I don't know if I would want them to come in and deliver it into the refrigerator. I just thought you meant from the door, from Walmart to your front door, and somebody else brings it in to do. You bring your own groceries in, like a
Yeah,
delivery. Like a delivery
I
is what
don't
I
know if they're
thought.
gonna put them in your refrigerator. It just sounds like they're gonna. I think they said it would. They will put it on your counter, but I think if you have perishables, they probably will put the bag in your refrigerator.
Right.
Um, like if it's something, milk. So, yeah, yeah, but they're definitely gonna come inside of the home.
See now. Then if that's the case, then no. I just thought you meant a delivery service.
Well, if you're home, then you can get it.
Right.
But
Yeah, I would be home
no,
when they delivered.
yeah, yeah. Well, you know, they got the camera. So
Yeah,
even with the camera, you like, no.
I'll still say no for me.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's what they got. They got the camera. And I'm not sure if it's universal because, you know, like I said, and they also said it here, that Amazon has the camera thing as well. So I don't know if that's like, oh, if you use Amazon, you got to get a different one, or they can play off the same one. But I think I did another live stream where we talked about some issues that they had with it. And then, you know, you got to worry about people who do the what do you call it? People who be, you know, um, like breaking into stuff like that. People who do internet like theft and be figuring out codes to stuff like that and
That's true.
all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff. You
yeah.
know, people can find a way around everything, and I think that's what some of the issues. I can't remember exactly what the issues were with it, but yeah. So yeah, it said Walmart workers who've been in the company for at least a year can apply for the in-home delivery position. And if they get the job, they'll go through the training and the new role will be their main responsibility. So they created 30,000 personal shopper jobs in store and they will select the groceries for you. I just can't get around the idea of somebody shopping for me, but people have been doing that for a long time. Wow. I haven't even gotten to that. I just want to shop in my own backyard. I'm good.
Yeah, we have a store out
And
here. It's called Vaughn's, and they do a delivery.
mhm,
So I used them a couple of times, but they messed up.
mhm.
Well, actually, they messed up both times because
Mm.
I wanted some fish, and it was on the list. Now I didn't end up having to pay for it, but they didn't tell me in advance that they didn't have it. So once they
Oh
got it,
man.
yeah. So once I got here, I got everything ready for fish, and then they said, "Oh well, we didn't have it."
Yeah.
So you know,
See, that's not good. That's
yeah,
not
that's
good
not
because that's
usable.
like Hillary's going in their kitchen and like, oh man, you got my mouth already for some orange juice.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not good. Because I mean, this is technology, so they should have been able to alert you with
exactly.
whatever you made the order, saying,
And like I
"Hey,
said,
we
I
don't
didn't have to end up
have this."
paying for it. Yeah, I didn't have to pay for it or anything like that. But they didn't email me back or call me or text me or anything.
Right. Then there goes your whole like if especially if you was gonna have it that night, you could have
I
actually
was.
canceled, went with another place, and you could have had what you needed.
Yeah, well, I kept everything else that I wanted, but yeah, I did have to go. I did have to go somewhere else to get the fish.
Right. That's crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't have been happy about that either. Because it's too easy for them to just let you. And that's probably why they didn't want to let you know, because they probably would have was afraid that knowing that that's a main part of the meal, you probably would have been like, well, I need to get my meal from somewhere where I can get my fish from because I
Yeah,
need my fish. Like, that's
exactly.
crazy. I would drop them for just not telling me they ain't had the fish. Like, you supposed to let me know.
Well, see, you know, I let it slide the first time. It happened twice. So I said, forget
Mm-mm.
them. Yeah, I said, forget them.
Mm-hmm. So it says Walmart's new delivery model comes out of its tech incubator store number 8. The incubator develops companies such as Jet Black, Walmart's chat-based shopping service in New York City that help us stay ahead of future shopping trends. Hmm. They got a lot of places that even McDonald's delivers. I mean, I'm just like, how you gonna get delivery from McDonald's though?
Yeah, Grubhub.
So,
If you have the Grubhub app, they'll deliver from restaurants, you know, from gourmet
mm-hmm,
restaurants, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, Subway.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, they deliver from all those
yep.
places.
It's yeah, a lot of fast food that places that like it because it's a lot of jobs around here that people can have that will deliver from just pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, got that
Any
Uber.
eatery, like the person itself may not deliver, but another, type of job that a person can have that will go pick up the food from there, and they'll pick up pretty much anything for you.
Yeah, Uber Eats does it too.
Mhm. It's like, wow, like you pretty much don't. And I can kind of see. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can kind of see how the need for that service has been created because, like nowadays, it's been so much traffic created, and then like peace handling, like your time has been so consumed, and you've probably been at work all day, and then when you get home, I mean, you ain't trying to get back out there,
Right.
So I could see how that has been created.
Yeah, you know what, Aakasha?
But
What really never made sense to me, and maybe you can help me with this.
what's that?
My wife before she passed, right? She would go to work. She would come home, knowing that there was nothing in it to eat, and then I said, well, why you didn't stop before you came back? I was too tired. Then she'll rest up for an hour or two, then go back. Why not get it while you're out? Come home, you have to worry about going back out.
Yeah.
I never could understand why
I
she did it
do,
though.
but you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I can instantly see how she didn't even want to stop at that doggone store because, like, you leaving one stress out place and thinking about having to go to another. Because I'm gonna tell you, as a person who don't like shopping, because I can't stand shopping, especially grocery shopping. So coming from work, which is stressful, and then just the mere thought of having to go through a grocery store, it's like, oh my gosh, it's like you can't even, like, that would be just way too much stress, and maybe she just needed to relieve some of that first.
That's possible, but and another thing that was strange to me too, she had to pass the Walmart that she shopped at to get home. I mean, literally right on the same street she had to pass to get home. It was just funny to me.
Yeah, man. I mean, I hear you, but I'm just giving you a possibility of why. Because I'm telling you, that doggone stress ain't no joke.
Yeah,
I mean, because I hate shopping. Like, I have to have like one thing in the refrigerator, and I don't like getting fuel either. So I have to be like, I don't think I'm gonna make it any further unless I stop. Like, that's me. So I have this little video I want to share because we're gonna move on to hey Light Bear, to landlords, because it's always something going on and people have interesting perspectives, right?
Yep.
So hopefully Facebook will load. So I see YouTube is letting me flow this time. Okay, all right, thank you, YouTube. Google, whoever caused the madness the last time, shut me down in under 30 minutes.
Did they?
So yeah. The first time I went live. So it's telling me I got only 2 people in the chat. And see, the first time they was like, huh?
You mean when you were doing the burger show earlier today?
The first time I had like 11 people in the chat. So I guess they felt like I had too many people watching.
How many in there now?
It says 3.
Oh, shit, it's more than 3 probably.
So
I mean, in the chat,
I'm
and I
waiting for
mean,
it to
people
load up.
watching. Yeah.
Yeah, it was some interesting perspectives on this situation here. And I just kind of threw this in last minute because I saw this right before I came live. But the main thing that I really wanted to talk about was this single mother situation.
Yeah, we need to get into that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And my main question is what is everybody, and that's why I wanted more people in the chat. And if I could get people on the panel, that would have been great too, because I wanna know, what do people feel like the rules should be with a single mother and dating, um how they should be with their children with the
Well,
guys.
why don't you ask people in the chat if they want to come up? Somebody may want to come up.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that. At least give that input, because I don't want to put pressure on people, make them feel like, because some people in the chat, they definitely don't want to come up, and I don't. I mean, they're welcome, but I don't want to put pressure on. Just type in your answers in the chat would be great enough for me. Um,
I'm sure
but
Light Bearer will come up.
mm-hmm.
If
I have my
you,
perspective on it, you
mm-hmm.
know. And I do understand that my perspectives are not in alignment with most. So I do know that. And I do know that this day and age is different. But, I definitely will get into the conversation. Let's do this, get this landlord out the way real quick. This shouldn't last too long. But, it's not funny. But, people had their responses, and they brought some interesting perspectives and everything. But let's look at this real quick. I'm gonna make it big before I press play. Facebook be tripping. See, look at it. Just went all the way off of where I had it right on the video. Now what you doing? Where did you go? See? Look at that. What happened to the video? Gone. It just this the whole page. Now see? This don't make no doggone sense. Gone. How are you on about? Get back. This don't make no doggone sense.
On Facebook?
Mm-hmm. You can't see this because I'm sharing the screen.
I see.
Okay. It's moving so doggone slow. It's ridiculous. Okay, Light Bear, that's cool.
So
For some reason, I think
why haven't you friended me on Facebook then?
Huh?
Hey, no, huh? Why haven't you friended me on Facebook?
I don't friend anybody on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
I even did a video saying that.
Really?
Yeah. Because people from YouTube send me friend requests or whatever. And I just let it be known. Unless I know you personally in real life, I don't friend nobody on Facebook.
And he is coming to switch out the refrigerator after he told me earlier today.
I clicked the wrong thing. I want to make it big first, and then I want to press play. I want to make sure everybody can see it. And I hate that this is a brother and a sister, but it is. I mean, I wouldn't like it any better if it was a sister and the other, or a brother and the other, but.
However, he found Wednesday when he came.
Facebook, do what I say. I'm pressing these buttons, okay? Stop it, Facebook. All right, y'all. I think we're here. What was you going to say?
No, go ahead, play it.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I started it over. So let's go. Well, I'm just going to tell you, this guy here, I thought he was the truck driver boyfriend with the thing in his ear, but he's actually the landlord. Okay. And of course, she's the tenant and she's not happy. And this was posted on Crazy Videos, but then it was posted in one of my, I guess, business support groups or whatever. I mean, you know how you be in groups and they post stuff that don't have nothing to do with the subject of the group. Yes, I'll be one of those to be like, but what this one ain't got nothing. Can y'all? And I like for people to stick to the subject of the group because there's a group for everything. You know, so when I'm in a group, I want to see whatever is about the subject of the group. You know, you could go to other groups and post that other stuff. Like, I don't want to see random other stuff. You know what I mean? I don't got all day to be sifting through random stuff, but you end up seeing stuff like this that don't belong there. And so this happened to come up, and they had some interesting comments under it and everything. So I just decided to share it.
So this is my landlord, Terry Spivey, and he is coming to switch out the refrigerator after he told me earlier today when he came here to fix the AC that he was not going to switch out the refrigerator because he claims that it didn't need to be switched out. It wasn't leaking. It wasn't anything wrong with it. However, he found Wednesday when he came that it did need to be replaced, as well as I have it documented on video and cameras that it did need to be replaced. I do. I'm in my home, so I record you. I'm in my home, so I can record you. You're inside of my home, and I can record whatever I want to in my home. You have the right to be recorded. I'm inside of my home, and you are too. You are inside of my home. I paid my rent, and I am under lease and under contract to do what I want to in my home, so I can record you or whoever else stepped foot in my home. This is a refrigerator that I had, y'all. This is a refrigerator that I had. It's a Whirlpool Gold. It has ice. Yep, it was top of the line. It was top of the line. It had water and ice dispensers, but it's going out. It's going out. My food has been spoiling in the refrigerator because the refrigerator is going out. It has also been leaking water from underneath the bottom of it. It has also been leaking water from underneath the bottom of it. And this is what he's replacing it with. This is what he's replacing that nice refrigerator with for me and my children. This dented up old refrigerator, and it's filthy. The seal is coming loose in the door of it. Y'all see that? You see the seal coming loose, and it opens up. You can open it up with one pinky. That's how loose the seal is. I'm opening this refrigerator up with one pinky. Nasty refrigerator. Rusted. You see this? Look at this rust in this refrigerator. This old, nasty, dirty refrigerator that he's replacing it with. He didn't even bother to clean it, so he brought it over here. Look at this mildew. Look at this mildew. Can y'all see that? Y'all see this mildew around the top seal of this refrigerator? Everybody see that? Bringing me a mildew refrigerator over here. And look down here. Look down here. Look at this broken thing that's in here in the refrigerator. Broken butter thing. Y'all see this? This is what he brought me to give me and my children to use. Since he's mad because he got to replace them. Oh, this thing done fell off in my hand. Look at this. This is what he's replacing the refrigerator for me and my children to use. This is what he replacing the refrigerator with. Because he mad because he got to replace it. Look at this. What is this up under here? Look at this. This refrigerator has been in a roach-infested house. These are roach droppings. Do y'all see that?
Okay.
Can y'all see that?
I'm gonna stop right there for a second. I don't know how she knew that. I would have thought that those were moldy dots or something. But she good, or is that good? But at that point,
he accept it. If he's paying her rent, she shouldn't accept that refrigerator. She should make him bring a new one in. He's paying her rent.
That is mildew and roach droppings. This seal is gone out from around the bottom of this refrigerator. Do y'all see this? This is what I say when I say slumlord. This is what the hell I say when I say slumlord. Do y'all see what he's bringing in here for us to put our damn food in to eat out of? Do you see this? Look at all that. Look at that. This is Terry Spivey, pastor or deacon from Lithia Springs. Look at this. All this right here
Georgia.
This right here was rusted. This thing right here is barely hanging on. And it's all rusted. They done tried to spray it with some spray paint. This is cracked. This is cracks. It's cracks all in the walls of the refrigerator here. Y'all see this? This is what Deacon Spivey brought for me and my children to use, y'all. This is what Deacon Spivey brought for me and my children to use. You got anything to say, Deacon Spivey? Terry Spivey? Huh? You do? What you got to say, Spivey? Oh, y'all hear that? Oh. He brought me a refrigerator. I asked for a refrigerator, and he brought me one. That was his answer to bringing me a refrigerator. Brought me this raggedy refrigerator that probably don't work no better than the one you taking out of here. Probably don't work no better. I don't even want to put my damn food in that nasty, filthy refrigerator. I don't even want my children to eat anything after it's been that dirty ass refrigerator. And I hope to God it don't bring no extra roaches in here, because it's got roach droppings and stuff all up on the bottom of it. That's roach poop all underneath the bottom of that thing. And I hope. Yeah, you did. You dropped off some damn bug spray when I told you it was roaches in here. Instead of you coming over here and getting an exterminator to come here, you dropped out some damn bug spray. That's what you do in your 7-bedroom, $4.5, $500,000 house. You got roaches over there. You got roaches in your $500,000 house, Terry. I doubt it. $500,000 house. You live in Lithia Springs. Don't close the door on me. Don't close. What you want to shut the door for? They bringing the refrigerator out. What they bringing the refrigerator out? What the hell you want the door shut up for now? This is ridiculous. And you took my food out of the refrigerator, so you need to put the new one in, and you need to put the food in there. Sad.
I thought the refrigerator was nasty.
This is Deacon Terry Spivey, y'all, of Douglas County, Lithia Springs, Georgia. And I'm going to continue to expose him. He served me with a letter today, y'all, demanding that I give him $850 in the next 7 days, or either me and my children are going to be put out on the streets, evicted and put out on the streets. He claims that I am doing hair and running a damn salon out of my house, that I am running a salon out of my house, and that I have a dog in here. Don't no dog live here. I do not own a pet. I have had a pet to come visit before that is inside of this home. And you're also filing an illegal eviction against me, or trying to, saying that I have not maintained the grounds here and the inside of the home. If y'all look, my grass is cut and well maintained. My grass is cut and well maintained. And when you came out last week, it needed to damn be cut then. That's what happened when grass needs to be cut. But I got all of my receipts from my yard man to stand up in court to show I've kept this grass cut every damn 2 to 3 weeks. Every 2 to 3 weeks, I have kept this grass cut. And y'all saying I ain't maintained the inside or the outside of this house. Do this house look like a house, y'all, that ain't being maintained? Look at the walls. I got 6 kids. Look at the walls. Everything in this house is spotless. Look at the carpet. Look at my carpet. It ain't a speck of nothing on my carpet. Look at my living room. Everything in this house is clean. Everything in this house is clean. But I have not maintained the home. Really? Everything in this house is clean. Look at my baby. Look at my baby. He want to put us out on the streets because he don't want to fix that. Letting my children sit in here and suffer. Letting my children sit in here and suffer.
Your baby need to be in a room somewhere. I mean, this is crazy. Okay.
Yeah. Come on.
All right. Okay.
I sure can,
so
baby.
That's it. All right. So the comments with this video was pretty doggone interesting. Okay, so a lot of people was having a lot of things to say. Okay, um, some people were saying stuff like, you know, she should be glad that the refrigerator works. Um, okay, some people said she brought her own refrigerator. Okay, they wasn't listening. Oh yeah, she should be grateful. They were saying stuff like she should be grateful. She got a big mouth, 6 children. At least she got somewhere to stay. She complaining about little things. They wish they had that house. The landlord would love them. And my thing is this: I don't know. What do you think, Deke, about what you saw? What's your position on this
Well, like I was saying,
video?
first of all, she's doing what she's supposed to do. She's recording everything, so that's good. I wouldn't have accepted the refrigerator that he brought over. And I understand
Mm-hmm.
she has to use something in the meantime. So I can understand that, but I would have got my lawyer involved. I would have had video tape, video coverage of everything. And I would have just took him to court.
Mm-hmm.
And the people in the
I think
chat, these people in the chat, I don't think they know what the hell they're talking about, because we come from a generation. If you're renting and if the shit ain't right, they're supposed to come out and fix it, or you withhold your
mm-hmm.
or you withhold the rent until it's fixed.
Right. Yeah, because she was saying something about 850 that he was saying, and I think that's probably what the issue was. And I think, like you said before, she should have gotten a lawyer, and I think that's probably where she dropped the ball at. I think him and her been going back and forth, and she didn't act on it like she should have, and now he's acting on her. You see,
Yeah.
she knew that he had a history of slacking on a job, because she started out saying that she was telling him about the refrigerator, and he was saying that like he wasn't believing her or whatever, and it was going out, and he didn't want to come and take a look at it, and now he finally sees. So when people talk about him taking her food out the refrigerator, I'm pretty sure that he came by with that refrigerator, and she probably wasn't even really expecting him to do it. They probably had been fussing so much, and she withheld that money on account of him not wanting to fix the AC unit or whatever, and not wanting to replace the refrigerator. But what she really should have did was seek legal actions, because he turned around and did it on her
Right.
anyway.
Right.
It's just wow. And then did you hear when he said he brought her some bug spray?
Yeah, she was saying something about she wanted him to come out and um not fumigated, but something to that effect. And he brought
Yeah.
out he brought out some bug spray. That's crazy, man.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
because she
crazy.
said that she complained about having roaches already. And he
Right.
said that, look, now the house is a nice house, and it's a
It
nice
is.
size house.
Yeah.
It's a big
You yeah, you
house.
wouldn't
So
think that it would have you wouldn't think that it would have roaches in it. The way it looked pretty nice.
but if he bringing along junk like that, trying to be cheap, grabbing something from who knows where, right?
Right. That's
And
right.
she said got roach bugs at the bottom of it, then he dragging in, he probably the cause of it himself.
Probably. More than likely.
And then if he's not willing to do regular, I mean, because it can happen. Houses can get all kind. I mean, apartments especially, but houses can too. And sometimes you have to do maintenance. And if he's not willing to exterminate or whatever you call it, professionally, if need be, to get rid of the product. He said he bought her a can of Raid.
Yeah,
And see,
that's crazy, man.
man, when he said that, I was like, you can't be serious. Wow, like what in the world? I mean, I'm glad she got that on tape
Yeah,
because
she
he
needs
can't
to.
really think that that's gonna fly because he know that's not the problem. I mean, it depends on what's in their contract now because believe you me, if a landlord doesn't want to be responsible for the exterminating, they will put it in the contract that you have to take care of that stuff. But 9 times out of 10, they will be responsible for it because they don't want to play when it comes to that.
Right.
You know, the only thing that I've seen is like they'll say that you're responsible for bed bugs. Like if you bring bed bugs, we're gonna have to charge you for that. But other than that, they'll do, you know, um, regular extermination because it makes sense to them. It saves them money and they make sure that it's done. I mean, because that at the end of the day, that's their property, and once that problem gets out of hand, boy.
Well, I
I
know
mean, there was so much that I saw in this video that was just.
and the thing I really hate about it, Aakasha, he had deacons on the front of his name.
Yeah, she did say that. She said he was something at the church. She wasn't quite sure which one.
Yeah. But
But he was something.
he had he had some kind of affiliation with the church.
Mm-hmm.
While he was in his
Yeah.
$500,000 home.
Yeah, that's what she say. I'm mad she know all about where he live and stuff like that. That ain't safe for him and his family acting like that. But he's talking about she's running a business out of the home and she had a dog and stuff. That all that stuff probably is true. And now he's deciding to use it against her when 9 times out of 10 that's probably what's been getting her to pay the rent the whole time. um I see people here talking about why is he emptying her refrigerator, why is he cleaning out his refrigerator. That's not his job. But see, I'm gonna tell people why I feel like he's cleaning out her refrigerator, because I feel like like she said, he didn't want. I feel like they argue and then he pop up because she's threatening him and she's withholding money because he's not. Because I've dealt with slumlords before and they don't want to do the job, and you got to threaten them, you got to haggle them, or you even got to threaten to pursue legal actions. And
Right.
it's like, I don't know, like it's just same as being in a bad relationship. And then it's like, then they just decide that they're gonna do something, and you didn't know that they were gonna do it. So I feel like he got his buddy and said, let's go find her refrigerator. And they popped up on him with it. And that's why he's cleaning out her refrigerator. He's not reliable enough for her to take all her food out of her refrigerator and have it sitting there waiting for him to come. I mean, and then look what he showed up with. So you can't just have your food sitting out waiting for this guy when clearly he's not reliable. You can see that in the video. And then I'm pretty sure when he showed up, she wasn't happy to take her food out for that thing that he brought. And they probably didn't plug it up and check it out, and it's not clean. And I'm pretty sure she didn't want to clean it. But sometimes if they bring a used refrigerator, I mean, you probably do have to clean it at least. But it did look in pretty bad. Like that was disrespectful. It just was. And if it's a refrigerator that she has to use while he's fixing it and to bring it back, then sometimes you could just swallow it and say, okay, I'm going to use this while they fix my refrigerator and bring it back.
Right.
Because when you're paying for a place and you rented a place, you got it with everything considered. And the refrigerator that she had previously went with the whole place. I mean, let's just keep it real. And I'm pretty sure that influenced her decision. I mean, it's a female, that's a kitchen, big difference. And that other refrigerator is going to change Everything. It's gonna change whether she even want anybody to come over her house. I mean, let's be serious. So, I just think I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think that dude is gonna fix that refrigerator and bring it back.
I don't believe so either. But you know what, too? If there was a man in the house, it would be a different story as well.
Absolutely.
He wouldn't be pulling that bullshit off if it was a man in the house.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because that's a very important point. That's a very important point because that makes all the difference between what women go through. And that, you know, goes right into, you know, the next topic I have, which is single mothers. But that's definitely, that changes the whole game right there.
And you know,
If
and they
he knew
do
there was,
have,
he wouldn't even pull no jig, no mess like that.
yeah, and they do have a relationship, those two. It's just a business relationship, and that business relationship is dysfunctional as well.
Yeah.
You know, so
Because he don't respect her.
at
Why
all.
should he?
And
She ain't his
she doesn't
woman,
respect him
and he
either.
don't. Huh?
They don't respect each other.
No, not at all. She definitely don't respect him. But I think without seeing the beginning of their relationship, like how she interacted with him before, I could at least say she don't respect him because she has seen him disregard his duties as a landlord too many
Right.
times. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just feel like she probably should have had her children go in a room or something like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure in her mind she's just showing them, hey, you don't take no mess. I mean, because when you're a single mother, sometimes I guess they feel like I have to show my children that you don't take no mess for nobody and you stand up for yourself just because you don't have nobody to have your back right now, whatever. But I don't think the children should have been there watching that and listening to all that and stuff because that was kind of hard to watch. You know, it
Well, I
was.
tell you, a lot of parents don't understand that that's stress on the children as well.
It is.
They don't
It
see it,
is.
but a lot of parents don't understand that.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I think she knew it was going to be trouble from the minute that she knew he was at the door. So she should have just told the children to go in their room, you know,
Yeah.
and try to keep it down. I mean, and I don't think she should have been carrying on at them while they was trying to take the refrigerator down the stairs. Like I was nervous the whole time. You know what I mean? I get that she was mad. And I as I was listening to what she was saying, I see where the stress was coming from because it's clear that they've been going at it for a long time, and you know he's gonna sue her and all this other kind of stuff, and so it's like all this is coming to a head. So I get it, but at the same time, look, they taking this refrigerator down the stairs, so you know, hey, one of them might end up having a heart attack, and boom. So you know,
Yeah.
then look what you're dealing with, and then the children will have to see that too. So you don't want the situation to escalate while your children are there in any kind of way. That's just the whole thing that was on my mind. Like, you know, you got what you need, and you can just let them out and then finish your commentary on the video because I mean, the neighbors can hear you at this point. Like, that's none of that is gonna change where y'all are at this point. Nothing is gonna change it. It's not. You know, so I can just imagine how things have gone between them two. And maybe it's just best that they sever that relationship. And it's unfortunate because like she said, she got 6 children. And that's a pretty, let's roll through this. How I'm gonna mute it because I don't really want to hear all that. But I mean, that's a pretty nice size home.
It
I mean, a
is.
lot of
Yeah.
people in the comment section was like going in talking about she probably been there 20 years on Section 8 and all this other kind of stuff, which I don't think so. If he hollering for $850, but you know, I mean, if she's paying $850 in rent,
Well,
that's
see,
good.
if she's paying $850 in rent, then she's not on no housing. Because
Right.
housing would cover most of that. Not only would housing cover most of the rent, but he'd be required to make sure everything in there is working correctly.
Right.
So I don't
And
believe
see
she's
the
on any type of assistance.
yeah. And the problem that she would have also with the refrigerator situation, and see, that's why it's good to like sometimes be able to, you know, like pick your battles and negotiate, because even though she may not be happy with him and they may not have a good working relationship when it comes to things that need to be done around there. I mean, she definitely want to come out on top when it comes to that refrigerator situation.
Yeah.
And I've had a refrigerator situation with a landlord before. But you know, when each little thing, you always want to refer back to your lease, and you want to refer back to the rules, like the laws in your state, where you're covered and where you're not covered, because you know, for it starts with whatever your lease says and what the laws are, because when it comes to your refrigerator, like sometimes they're only required, like he's not required to give her another nice refrigerator probably. You see what I'm saying?
Why wouldn't
I
he
get
be?
that. Well, I get that that's what she moved in with, but she's just renting that place.
Right, but what I'm
So
saying is
her,
she had a refrigerator that had water and an ice maker and all that stuff.
yeah,
Compared to what he brought there, that's a definite downgrade.
but she had a luxury refrigerator in comparison to what he bought her. Yes, I know, but sometimes it depends on what it says in her state or her city. They might only be required to bring her a working refrigerator. Yeah, you
Aakasha,
know, it might.
he did in spite. He knew that raggedy
Yes,
refrigerator he brought over gonna piss her off. He knew that.
yes, yes. And if he do evict her, he probably will put that refrigerator back fixed
Of
or
course,
another nice,
of
because
course.
he wants to keep the sell the home, nice and everything to someone else, rent it out, and
Yep.
that refrigerator it goes with the kitchen. It just sets it. I mean, that one, it's just like somebody got a bad haircut or a bad eyebrow job. It's not gonna work. It's just not gonna
Yeah.
work. So he's not gonna give it to her as long as she's there, and that could change whether or not she even want to stay there anyway.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you, it's a big deal to have a bad refrigerator to a woman. Come on, man. That junk you brought there, I mean, yeah, that could ruin your life.
It'd probably be
So,
best for
but
her to just move.
yeah, if they can't get along that badly, and if he done got to the point where he really want her gone, I mean, and sometimes how you talk to a person, once you done talk down on them real bad, it's like you can't. How much can you? And who knows what she said to that man?
Yeah.
I mean, because it don't sound good, but maybe that's because he's treated her like she don't matter. Her and her children don't matter, and he's gonna cut corners everywhere he can because he sees that there's no man there, and it's unfortunate because it does look nice there. So I mean, her and her children do deserve a nice and stable place to live. You
Yeah,
know.
the house look really good. The neighborhood from what you can see look really nice as well.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, the
yeah.
area looks kind of familiar.
Yep.
I just feel like, damn, maybe she could have snagged the old man or something. So he could have just had a talk or two with the dude. That's all she
Yeah.
probably needed. So he could tell her like, from now on, don't you deal with him. You let me talk to him. And all he need is one guy. I promise you to talk to him one time. Just one time. If he don't talk to him no more, just one time. And that'll be enough. And he don't even have to see the dude no more. And he'd just be like, yeah, I don't want to have to answer to no guy. So he'll straighten up, fly right. But as long as he know there's no guy there that's gonna protect that family, he gonna treat her any kind of way and cut any corners and not repair stuff and take his time about stuff and do her any way that he wants to. Hell, I know what it's like, They'll treat you any kind of way, but as soon as you show up with a dude, it's a horse of another color.
Yeah, their whole
But
attitude is different.
yeah, and who knows? She probably wasn't always like this. I'm not saying that she was always coming at him like that, but at the same time, I still feel like she still had to be mindful of her children and everything at the end of the day, because now at this point there's really not much she can do.
Yeah.
There's really not much she can do but deal with him legally. I get that she upset, but it's just traumatizing for the children. So there's no need to make it any more traumatizing. It's like mommy and daddy going through a divorce. You might as well just try to make it as peaceful for them as possible, honey, because it don't seem like you're going to be able to salvage this relationship because she angry and he going to do what he going to do. He going to make it as hard for her as possible, and she going to keep fussing, not realizing that all he gonna do is try to use whatever he can to evict her. And I feel like she could be a little smarter by doing it more legal.
Yeah, what she needs to do is withhold the rent, get an attorney, and then when the beginning of the next month come or whatever, get the hell out of there. Just move out. Take that $850 that
when
you're
you withhold
withholding and
rent,
move.
yeah, because when you withhold it, you're supposed to put it in a I forgot what you call it.
Trust. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But I would take that and I would move. I would take it and move. Because she's I mean, the relationship is so bad. It's gonna always be. There's always gonna be something that he's gonna come at her with.
Yeah, and there was he was refusing to make the repairs, so that's a plus. I mean, I know she liked the place and everything, but he was refusing to make the repairs, because if he makes the repairs, you got to pay it up, because that's why they want it in a trust. They say you put it in a trust, and if he's gonna make the repairs, then he can come get the money so he can make the repairs with. But the fact that he's not even gonna make the repairs, that was even better, because while he's not wanting to make the repairs, you stack your money and take your money and go find someone else and just go do a little research on that landlord.
Exactly. That was my whole point. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I think we get comfortable in where we at, even though it's not working out for us, and to where we don't want to go. But we see that it's not working, and then it just puts you in a negative place, and you're not doing things that are gonna help it either. So you could be spending that
as long as she's there, she's gonna be stressed. She always have to worry about what this dude is going to do or not going to do. So to relieve that stress, just move.
Right. And Lightbearer says when you get to that point, stop self and say it's time to go. And that's exactly right, because like I said, look at what she's doing to her children, so, and not even realizing it, but probably telling herself, hey, I'm defending my children, I'm teaching my children, but what I see is something very, very stressful. So
and also too, I also want everybody to know in the chat that if you come in and you see me and you say hi or whatever, I can't see the chat. So just peace to everybody. Please like, share, and subscribe to Aakasha if you haven't already. And peace, everybody.
Yes, and y'all check out Ledford as well. I'm going to put your link in the chat. I'm going to pull up your channel and put it in the chat. So this is something I want to talk about too. This is the last thing I wanted to talk about. And I wanted as much input from females and males as I could possibly get. Because, like I said, my viewpoints on this is not going to be traditional. You know, mothers and single mothers with young children, when it comes to dating and having your young children, guys, you know, what are you guys' viewpoints on that, and having them watch your children, be alone with your children when they're interacting with your children, all of this kind of stuff. Because you know, we just got finished. Well, it's not even over yet. They're about to have her funeral. Um, Malia Davis, and I guess the stepfather killed her. We don't know for sure. He was the one who dumped the body there. That we know. But he was the one who allegedly cared for her the most. Some people tend to say, well, he's supposed to love my child just as if it was his own. He's supposed to love my child. Um, you know, as much as he loves me, all this kind of stuff. I don't rock with that. You know, I think, you know, no guy is gonna love your child like he would his own. I mean, I think that's kind of, if to be honest, I think it's kind of sick to expect that from a male. Um, I think it's unreasonable, unrealistic, and I think you're putting yourself in a situation that's dangerous to be trying to expect that or request that, whether you know it or not. You know, that's just my opinion. Um, but I think that I don't know where it came from. I don't know who started it, so I can't say that this was taught. Da 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 da. You know, I don't know where this shit came from. I really don't. You know, um, but I've heard a lot of people say it. Okay, so there has been a lot of junk going on between YouTubers. Okay, and there has recently been some crap going on between a certain section of, well, like a certain group of YouTubers. So there was some beef splashing around between them. And so there was a situation with a female, and she had a guy that she was with, and he's supposed to had she was dating him, and he's supposed to have bathed her daughter, right? And first she said, okay, that was strike one. When he bathed my daughter, that was strike one. So then I guess strike two, or two and three, was when he molested her daughter. And her daughter was like 2 years old. And my thing is, why was bathing your daughter strike one? So he was watching the daughter while she wasn't there, I guess, allegedly, or whatever. But she was telling the story, and he bathed her. And she didn't, this was not his duty to bathe her or whatever like that. So that's why she said it was strike one. So, you know, of course, other YouTubers came and spoke out and said, well, you know, strike one and you stayed with him, you know, that's not cool. Why you didn't say something or do anything? So then she came back later on the day and was like really copping for this dude. Like really, really, really copping. Or was she copping for herself is what I'm asking. But I feel like people do all kind of stuff to try to keep themselves in a perfect image or a positive light, or don't really want to face up to stuff or admit when they've made poor judgments, or whatever the case may be. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this,
But
Akasha. This is me.
mhm,
I I don't believe any woman that have children under a certain age should bring a man home, or she should definitely not move him in with her, or
okay,
she should not move in with him either. Either way, if she wants to date
okay,
him, if she wants to date him, goes to his place, that's cool. Okay, no problem. But she
hmm
should not bring him around, any man that are not the kid's father, around their children, up under a certain age. That's the way
mm.
I believe. You know.
And even if you said something totally different, I don't care what you can have, whatever opinion you have. I'm not gonna get mad at you. You got a right to speak. What I don't care what your opinion is. Okay, I'm gonna say that first. But hopefully you already know this. But and that's the reason why I wanted to get as many people to speak on this as possible, because I know my opinion is not. Which I'm surprised you said what you said, because I felt like my opinion was gonna be so different than anybody else's. But you are pretty much in alignment with what I was already thinking. And I feel like that, I just feel like it is what it is. You know what I mean? Especially, and I feel kind of uncomfortable saying, especially now in this day and time, because children have been in danger, if you will, or needing our protection since the beginning of time. Things have been happening to them forever. They have been overlooked and underprotected forever. Um, it's just now, it just seemed like, probably because of social media, we're hearing about so much stuff. Or is it happening more? I think it's a combination of both, because I think a lot of stuff is happening more. That's just my opinion. But it could also be because we're hearing about it more, so I'm not sure. But I just don't think that it's natural for a male to love somebody else's child in the same way that he's going to love his child. Okay? I just don't. And it's especially if it's a female, but even if it's a male these days, with everybody normalizing sick and twisted shit and about to normalize pedophilia or legalize pedophilia, even with little boys, if this is not his natural child, and especially if the child is underage to talk, he can't communicate well.
Right. Exactly.
I don't want, and I'm not gonna have another guy doing things with my child. It's not happening, and I don't think another woman should. Now, if you choose to, don't get on your platform and have a fit because of what I'm saying. That's on you. I'm just telling you what I think. Okay, that's just my views on it. Okay, but that's just how I feel. Now, I'm asking what other people are thinking. But if you're going to leave your child with another man, with a boyfriend to watch them, I'm trying to figure out, where does that come from? Why do you think that that's okay? Now, this young lady said that the 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 guy loved her child just like it was his child. And I did record her conversation, and I was going to play it because a lot of stuff she said was just so bizarre to me. It was so bizarre. And another sister did a video, Ashe Divine. She did a video, and she addressed some of it. World News did a video, and he went in on her. And it was funny. He did it like comedy style because they beefing or whatever. But
No,
you
wait a
know
minute.
what? He
Hold
told
on. Who did that?
World
Who-
News.
Oh, World News. Okay.
Hmm. But he told so many truths. That's what I originally heard about it, you know. And then Ashe spoke on it yesterday, I think. So then, you know, she came back and then she was like she was copping pleas on the situation. Like she went from he gave her a bath and that was strike one to saying that he gave her a bath, but why is that a problem? Then she said that the daughter's father was okay with it. And so this is why I'm having this conversation, okay? You know, because like
Well, Akasha, when she came back and made that second statement, that was a lie. The first one was true. When
there
she
you
said
go.
when she said that he gave her a bath and that was strike one, that was the true story of what happened. But my I'm trying to understand why would if her giving her a bath was strike one, that should have been strike one, two, and three. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go.
You should have got rid of him, then and there. You
There
don't
you
give
go.
a motherfucker like that chance after chance after chance to do something to your
There
children.
you
You just don't do that.
there you go. There you go. There you
So
go.
she
And
came
now
back.
and
She
you
came back
took the
later in the day
word
to make herself feel better. That's what she was doing.
right. And you just said it, and that's the main reason that made me decide that we need to have this conversation because I knew right then and there when she started going so hard against everybody and saying, and that's why I started recording her because I was gonna play it. Um, because
Now
she
I
was
don't know who
going
this person is. I don't know if you can say who it is or not. I guess it don't really
Jazzy
matter.
G,
But huh?
Jazzy G, Jazzy
Who?
G,
Oh, Jazzy G. I don't
Jazzy.
know.
And when she started going so, and that way you can go hear for yourself. This
Well, drop the link
just
in the room and I'll check it out on the replay.
oh, it's on yeah, okay, it's on Instagram.
Oh, and on
Um,
Instagram. Okay.
mhm. When she started going so hard against everybody, not only in her lives but in her postings, and saying, "Oh, so now when somebody give a baby a bath that's not theirs, he's a pedophile," and stuff like that. And so, you know, when people have a fan club and they have followers and everybody's cheering and parading them on with everything that they say and stuff like that, and they have the power of persuasion and all this and that. See, this is what we not gonna do. We not gonna play like we're being an influencer, we're intelligent, and we're saying positive shit, and we're saying stuff that makes sense. And we know that what we're saying is bullshit just because we don't want to own up to our own stuff because people are getting at us.
But see, too, Akasha, but that's putting her
Mm-hmm.
daughter. That's putting her daughter in danger. But if by her denying, with these denials,
Right.
you should not be
And
putting your
this is
daughter in
how,
danger to save face.
right. Because, Ledford, this is how we end up with mothers turning a blind eye to
Exactly.
stuff that don't make sense and getting into situations that can lead to exactly what happened with her. So she went on to speak about what happened with the daughter, um, how her daughter told her what the guy did to her, how they went to the police station, all this, everything. When the baby was laying on the bed, she came in, the dress was up, everything. Now, had you did what you were supposed to do when he bathed the daughter, that was strike one, he would have been gone. So
Exactly.
the second thing would not have happened. I mean, that's just a fact.
That's
It's
right.
it's it's just that you must say that. Okay? Instead of coming back and now saying, but her father was okay with it because he bathes plenty of children that's not his.
I don't believe that either. The father was
So
okay with it. I
what?
don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Yeah, that's what she's saying today. Her father is okay with it because he bathes plenty of children. He dated plenty of single mothers, and he bathed plenty of children that wasn't his. Okay, you know what? That's between him and those children's mothers. And I think that that's a bad call on those mothers' behalves because
Exactly. Right. Right.
they don't give some probably some young silly hoes too who don't have no business probably with children to be sitting up here with some dude bathing their children where they need to be bathing them themselves, and then the next dude gonna be bathing their children. Like, what the hell?
But you know what, though, too, I wouldn't want to. You know what? If I happened to be in a relationship with a woman like that, there was no way I would bathe their children, only because I don't want nobody saying I'm doing something. I don't even want
Right,
somebody to think it. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way
right,
I would do no shit like that.
right. Now the story is, Ledford, that she was out. I don't know what she was doing. He was watching the children. The girl got spaghetti on her, and he decided to bathe the child. Now, originally, she found it suspect. She had a problem with it. And that was strike one. She had a problem with it. Okay? It was a problem. So, if it was a problem, if you bathe my child without my permission and I have a problem with it, I'm not going to see you no more.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm just going to leave that there. I don't need to go any further with that.
But you know
My
what, too?
child isn't gonna see you no more. I'm not gonna see you no more. Like, why would you be around?
Right.
She said it was strike one. That was a problem. So now today, after everybody is saying, hold on, we went past strike one. You bathed my child is strike one, and we went past strike one. So after everybody's saying that, now she is saying, oh no, the father was okay with it. So if the father was okay with it, why do y'all have a problem with it?
Nah, that's
You
BS.
and the father said it was strike one. What do you mean? And then he turned around and molested your daughter. So
Yeah,
this
that's
is
bullshit.
why I'm saying something. Because all of the females that are listening to this female need to understand that there's some dysfunction in.
But you know what, too? I wonder if that was really the first time something really happened. That may have been the first
Right.
time he bathed her that she knew about. But what
Or
else was he
she
doing?
ignored something.
Exactly. Exactly. Yep.
You're not going to tell me that's not the first time she had a feeling, glanced over, saw something in her baby's behavior or eyes.
That wasn't right. Yep.
Females ignore red flags with dudes all the time. Just between you and that dude alone. Much less something like that, that
Yep.
she's readily admitting to, then retracting the second day to say, why is it a big deal? It's a big deal because this nigga turned around and molested your daughter.
And
That's
if
why
she
it's a
had,
big deal.
yeah, and if she had got rid of him the first time, shit wouldn't have happened. So it's all on her.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, it's on him,
Exactly.
but she should have got rid of him.
Greetings, Rob. You say you was never bathed by your stepfather under any circumstances. He never dressed me. He put my coat on and did my hair, and that's it. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like she's saying, you know, it's okay for him, to like. I mean, just the advocacy. He loved her. He treated her like it was her home. He was her own. I don't get down with that job talk. That's just me. But I don't get down with that job talk. You know, I don't agree with us comparing ourselves 100% to animals in the wild because we do have some differences. But I know that there's no animal in the jungle that's gonna take in another male's child. They're gonna kill him. That's a fact.
Well, yeah, I just like, these young ladies today, I don't know where their minds be, but they have to, I mean, like I said, if you're going to date a dude, okay, go ahead on and date him, but don't have them around your children.
Right.
Stop moving these fools in your home around your children. It's as simple as that.
Right. And the way that people are these days, there's so many things that have been so far removed from humans, okay, that need to be there, okay? When you dealing with somebody, you do well. You do well. Okay, and I'm gonna try to say this where y'all don't be like Aakasha off the chain, okay? But you do well to not have to take this person off the map yourself, okay? All right, you just never know. You don't
Hey,
know who you did.
that's right.
You don't. You just don't know what you're gonna come up with. Life is like a box of chocolates. Okay, so even if it is their seed, you better take some time and do some research. People kill their own children all the time, both
Yeah.
parents or just
Yeah.
one. All right, so if you got a dude and that's not their child,
I mean,
you
the remedy is so simple. Just don't have the
mhm,
dude around your children. Why is
you
that
need
so
to
hard?
be
Why women
very
want to
careful.
trust these dudes
Right.
so much for?
You have to be very careful with your child. You have to live a different lifestyle. You can't just be um the same as a parent with no children or as a parent with older children who can who's teenage and up. Um you just can't. You just can't. And your first priority is that child. And you have to be protective of that child. And you have to always keep a distance between that child and that person you're dating.
I agree.
You always have to keep an eye on that child and that person you're dating. If you're dating, if you're dating someone and you can't trust them around your child, then why are you dating them? This is what she said. Okay, okay, okay. Well,
The thing is, he doesn't have to be around your child to be dating you.
right,
That's the
right,
thing. Why do you
right,
feel he has to be around your child just because he's dating you?
right, right,
So go ahead and
right,
date the dude, have your fun with him, and whatever,
right.
and your child is safe. I mean, I don't understand why
And
that's so hard to understand.
I'm gonna be honest with you too. These days, people don't even know what dating is.
And that's true
They
too.
don't.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah,
know what dating is. They don't know what getting to know each other is. They don't
that's
know what a relationship is. They don't know what proper stages are. They don't know how to count stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They don't know steps, the ABCD. They don't know any of that. They just know dysfunctional stuff. They just know uh, whatever they do. They just let it happen.
it. I agree.
So if I tried to break it down to them, they wouldn't even understand where I'm coming from or what I'm talking about.
And see, that's another thing
And
I've learned about this generation too. When you do try to tell them something, they don't want to hear it, but then they'll come back later on and say, our generation didn't try to teach them anything.
right. And they don't have the patience. They don't have the discipline to
It's true.
even try to date each other.
That's true.
To even know what you're talking about when you say keep your children away from them, or your children shouldn't be around them. They don't even know how to not be around each other to date properly. They don't
Yeah,
even know what that means. They just know, oh, we met and we fucking, excuse me, but
that's true.
that's what it is.
The guys are out
They
for
don't even
sex,
really
the
know they're
women are trying to
each
get
other's
money.
name. They don't even really know anything about each other.
That's
They
true.
just know that they're having sex
That's true.
and doing who knows what else, but won't even help each other out in a pinch or anything. They just know that they're just, I don't know, just like that. They're playing like they're in a relationship.
Well, these days everybody's out for self, you know,
Mm-hmm.
self gratification.
Swapping
So
fluid,
yeah,
swapping energy. That's why everybody's all messed up, can't think straight, got all these emotions.
yep,
Just meeting you, talking about having sex with you, sending you pictures of their body, like can't control themselves, can't control their thoughts.
that's the way it is these days.
Like people are weird and don't even know why.
Because they think it's normal. It's normal for these people to do it,
Right,
do that these days. Yeah,
right.
it's like
It's just
breathing for
not,
them.
yeah, it's just not cool to be sitting up here talking about he should love my child like it was his own. Are you serious? Had if I was single and had a young child and a guy was so crazy about my child, well, if he was around my child to even act like that, I would get the hell away from him because something is not right. That's not his seed. There's no way he's crazy about that child. Now, I'm not saying this child shouldn't care for the child.
Right.
I'm not saying this man shouldn't have a care and concern for the child. I mean, it's a human, it's a child. Of course he should. And if a person cares for you, they're gonna care about what you care about. They're gonna care about what's yours. Of course. They're not gonna love that child like they would their own child. That's ridiculous. Just like they said about Malia's boyfriend, I forgot his name. Not Malia, the mother, Brittany. What was his name? Something start with a D. They said that he would hurt her when he got mad at her, at Brittany. He would hurt Malia. And that's what they think happened that night. And they got
Yeah.
into an
See,
argument.
I didn't get into the whole story and all that. I'm not really into that type of, different stuff. Like gossip stuff. I'm not really into all of that. So I mean,
Yeah, well,
I'm
it's
aware
not.
of the story. Yeah, I'm aware of it. So
Yeah.
I just really, wasn't really
Mhm.
in depth into it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't follow the updates and stuff because it's just, I don't want that energy on me. But basically, is what is being said from, I guess, Cornell X or whatever, is that he would hurt the baby to hurt the mama when they got into it. And he hurt her that night. He killed her because they got into the argument or whatever. And that's been done before. I've seen it. I've personally seen it. So I mean,
That woman didn't care for her daughter. Then that's what that tells me.
a lot of
Because
people seem to think so.
well, if he's hurting the child because of the mother, then the mother don't care about about herself or her child. That's the way I see it. And so if he should
A
go to
lot of
jail, she should go to jail with him.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying, but they said that he was the primary caretaker for the child. He had her all the time. He took her to daycare. He did pretty much everything for the child. And I'm just
So
like,
then, so it sounds like she was neglecting her child. Then
how? That's a girl. He's not. I said this in the video. I was like, how? That's a girl, and that's not even her father.
right.
I did another video, but I didn't even post it because I was kind of going in. So I was like, I'm not even going to. If the father, because I did a video and it was like, who is responsible? Her biological mother, her biological father. But I ain't posted because I was going in. Like the father and his sister came to visit the daughter the day before she was killed. Well, it's alleged that it was the day that she was killed. And the stepfather answered the door and he said, "Oh, she's not feeling good." And he was like, "Well, let me come in and see her, just kind of, tell her good night or whatever." And he was like, "Nah, she got the flu. You don't want to see her. You don't want to catch that."
She may have
And
already
he said,
been dead at that time.
"Probably, I don't know. I don't know if it was late or anything, you know, but he said that I don't know if he called before he came. I don't know how they did their thing like that, as to why he didn't just say, because apparently he felt something was wrong. It seemed like they had a rocky situation already. And he said that he told him, basically, you don't want to catch the flu. She's not feeling good. Just, I'll tell her you say goodnight. And that was that was it. That was the
No,
last time he
forget
seen her.
that. Yeah, forget that. He should have went over there. If he called them, or if he was
He was
there,
at the
whatever.
door.
Was for them. Okay, well then
Yeah.
he should have demanded to see his daughter. Especially
Right.
if she was sick, then he definitely should want to see it to make sure she was okay.
Yeah. I think that's a tough one because I just got to think, like, I don't know what the arrangement is like, but I think that, there should be, like, if your child's father is at the door, like, I want to see my daughter, and, like, I don't
Well, I
know.
wonder
I
how
think we
many.
all,
Yeah, I wonder how many times he went over there to see his daughter like that, and he let him in. Because because that would tell me if this dude, if I come to see my daughter and there's no problem, now all of a sudden there's a problem, I can't see her, and he's claiming that she's sick, I would have went on in anyway. I would not have
right.
left. I would not have, regardless. Let me put it this way. Regardless, if I go see my daughter over there, regardless of what this fool is
Yeah.
saying, I'm gonna see her.
But see, that's the thing, though. That's why I said I couldn't even post the video I did because it was very disturbing. Because the father was in the hospital posting pictures with him and the daughter, but she had brain surgery. She had to have several surgeries from injuries that.
Wait a minute. You said he was posting pictures of him and his daughter.
Yeah, because he was saying, like, he cheered her up after her surgery, but
The
she got the injury with her mom and her stepfather.
Okay, so
And
that's what I'm saying. So okay, I want to make sure I'm understanding this. She got the injuries with the mother and the stepfather, and the real father is in the hospital taking pictures with his daughter, but he's not trying to get his daughter out. He's not trying to get his daughter out of that situation.
that's what was being asked by advocate, the Quantum X is an activist. That's what was being asked by, you know, the media and stuff, like what was going on, because, and then he did have a court, they did have a court case, like the day before all of this stuff happened. They did have a court case. So apparently he was trying to, you know, get custody or pursue it. And so I think it was coming around to that, you know. I mean, so I'm not trying to say he didn't push hard enough or whatever. So, you know, but I just, you know, I guess you got to commend him for doing that instead of killing the dude. I mean, because if you kill him, you're not going to be here to protect her, you know.
So, okay,
So
I guess maybe he's working during the day or whatever, the father, because I wonder why when the mother left, why he just couldn't drop her off at his, you know, at her father's house.
Right. That's what I was like. Who was more like, it's just so much, because he got family too. He got a sister. Why my sister can't watch her? I just think there's, but you know, sometimes out of spite, the mama could have did all kind of stuff, because he did say that the mom and dad, I think he did say that the mom and the stepdad was purposefully trying to, you know, hinder him from seeing her most of the time. So
yeah, if he had to go to court, he had to go to court for it. Yeah, more than likely the mother was doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I remember this case. Man, I wish I could remember the name of it. The dude, he had long dreads. He used to post videos, him and his daughter. I think she was probably like 5 years old. And this was like, what, last year? Oh man, I wish I could remember her name. It took me a long time to stop thinking about this too. Man, that man cried like a baby. He fought. When I tell you he fought for his daughter, he fought for her for a long time. And they wouldn't hear him for nothing. This is a brother. He fought, and he was telling them that the mother, it was almost similar to Malia situation. He fought and fought and fought, and he was telling them that the mother and the stepfather was abusing their daughter. And the courts they wouldn't hear him. They wouldn't hear him. He would start doing videos with the daughter, posting them. And that's why I want to interview this sister. Matter of fact, I got to get her on. What's tomorrow? Wednesday? Oh, we're doing a book reading tomorrow. I'm going to try to get her on this Thursday, because she's actually fighting for her niece, you know, and I think that's unique. Her situation is unique. I haven't seen it quite like that. But I commend her for doing it. And I just kind of been looking at what she's doing. And, you know, part of me is like, why are you posting this? But then, you know, I get it, because I've seen it before. You know, I've seen people post it, and I see why they post it. So, you know, I'm going to let her come on and talk about it though. But like with this brother, I seen him post stuff with his daughter. And, you know, when he get to ask her, okay, you ready? You know, got to take you back home. And, you know, she get really sad. She doesn't want to go back. You could tell she don't want to go back and stuff like that. And, you know, he would talk about, you know, not so much in front of her, but, you know, he would just talk about like what he feels like is going on with her and what he's been trying to do. Talk about going to court and all this stuff. Like, this dude was really fighting. Big dude, you know, strong, big brother. You know, and it was deep, real deep. And man, dude, you know, they turned around and killed that little girl.
Yeah, it's a shame.
The mama and the boyfriend. They killed that little girl. Like, bitch, you could have gave him to her father. You was with a
Yep.
whole nother dude. You was with a whole nother dude.
And see, you know what, to Akasha, that's another thing I've heard a lot of these women saying these days, that if rather than take child support, they would rather give the child to the father. I've never heard women say that before. I've never heard a woman say, "I'm gonna give up my child to you, and I'll pay child support." And they're saying that she'll give the child to the father, and she'll pay child support. That shit is totally new to me. I've just never heard of that. I've never heard a woman say she would do that.
That happens. Man, I wish I could remember her name.
Were they on Facebook?
Yeah, it was everywhere. I think that was here in Georgia or somewhere, but it wasn't too long ago. Oh,
Yeah.
dirty chick. I mean, but that was one of plenty of stories. But it was just, and I was like, in the way they killed her. I mean, I'm like, what the heck? Like, there was no nice, just, that was a cool little girl. Like, I think she was like 5 years old. And you see the videos with her and her dad, and I'm just like, like, you had no reason. None. No reason.
Anything, I guess
There was no
anything other than have the father, have the biological father take care of it. They'll do anything, other than, just out of spite. Not want to
yeah, she must, I don't know if she hated this guy, or what, but it's not, I don't think that she was like, I don't think he wasn't bashing her, per se. He wasn't just saying, this bitch and all that. He wasn't doing that kind of stuff. He was just, he would submit whatever he had to submit in court, but he was trying to be as humble as he could, I mean, this guy was.
Yeah, he probably just trying to make no waves, thinking it'd be easier to get it, just to be able to get his child that way. If he just didn't make any, major waves or anything.
Yeah, I think, man, this guy, I'm gonna try to remember this so I can bring it back around and show it to you. But
oh yeah, before I forget, drop the if when you do the book reading, drop the link for me in Hangout so I don't forget. Because I don't get your notifications anymore.
I could see him and her sitting in the car right now. I could see some of the memorials they had, all of that. I just can't remember nobody's name. I could see the mama and the boyfriend in court.
Wow.
Like, all of that. It just didn't make no sense. Like, there's nothing that they would be able to even do but go to jail. Like, you killed your daughter. So I just don't even get it. I don't even get it. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I just don't understand it. But like I said, with this whole situation with these single mothers, they're gonna learn. They're gonna learn getting with these. And they have to mind their selves and their mindsets. I saw a lot of people in this girl's chat tonight when she was talking about this situation, and they were really in agreement with her and a lot of things that she was saying. And I'm like, y'all were the same people that was in here with her yesterday. So how can you sit here and agree with what she's saying now and not? And well, there was a couple of people that was checking her, and There was a couple of people that was like, hey, you know.
Those people are probably the same people that do the same thing she's doing.
Yeah, but you know, people also be like, you know, saying other stuff that's valid too. They be like, you know, your children is crying in the background while you be doing all this. And they do. I can't front. You know, it's like all the time I be listening is like to hear something, to be nosy when it comes down to some beef or something. Hold on a second. What is that? Yeah. So I don't know. It's wild. I just think people be sending out wrong messages. You know. But yeah, that's definitely not gonna work.
Nope, it's not. But yeah, ladies, myself, if I were to give my advice and you were to take it, I would say, do not have these dudes around your children, especially under a certain age. So, I mean, but that's just the way I feel about it.
Right. I mean, I agree. I agree.
You know, date these guys, go to their place, or even if you have them over your place, make sure to let your child or children or over at their grandmothers or their fathers, or somebody that's in your family that you can trust, and then you can have the guy over for the night or whatever, and then you got to go. But he shouldn't be around your children.
I just don't. I don't. I just think it's. I just take it to a whole nother level. I don't even. I wouldn't even have a guy at my place. You know. Period. But you know, children or no children. But some women think that, you know, because it's 2019, you know, they can rock differently. They'll have a guy over, you know, they'll chill with them, they'll sleep with them, etc., etc. I mean, they're quick to go to the guy's place, just all kind of stuff. You know, you see it.
Yep.
You know, you can tell by the way.
That's the way they are these days, and so that's why I said,
Mhm.
since I know that's the way they are, if the women got children, and if you're gonna have to do it over your place, make sure your children are not there while he's there. If he's there, like I
Right.
said, overnight or whatever, y'all having fun, whatever, overnight. Once the morning comes, he's got to go. Then your children come back home. Go pick your children up, bring your children
Yeah.
home.
Yeah. I mean, that I guess that would work for some people, but I probably wouldn't even. We'd have to go get a room or something. Like I wouldn't even if I had young children that lived in my house. Like we would have to go somewhere else. Like you couldn't even come
Yeah, but
in. You couldn't.
you're of a different mindset than these young women are, these days. It would be more appropriate to get a room or something, or be at his place.
Like
But
I'm for real about that energy
these girls don't think like
door.
that these days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about the energy that even comes through the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
So
I hear you.
I'm for real about all that. But you know, to each his own. But yeah, I do think it's very important for people to uh, not have these guys around their children. But I just think these days people aren't trying to hear that. They feel like it's whatever. They got to
Yeah.
do what they got to do. And they don't see anything wrong with it. In fact, like I said before, they think that is important. Like, you know, Matter of fact, I was watching and I heard it got canceled. Steve Harvey.
Yeah, yep.
I heard he got canceled. But I saw on his show one day, he had a question on there about how soon do you introduce your children to your boyfriend? They was asking that question. So,
What was the census?
well, it was different people, and Steve, because that's usually what goes on his show. I've only watched his show a couple of times now. I'm not gonna say it was. I don't really like Steve Harvey, but I've seen him give some pretty good advice a couple of times. But I don't. I think I've seen on this question. I've seen people come both ways with the answer, and it was just pretty interesting to me. I've seen some people say, like, why wait? Because you may get into the dude and feel the vibe and y'all might fall in love, and then y'all don't like him and the children haven't gotten acquainted, and the children don't know he exists, or they don't know what that vibe is there. And then you come talking about, hey, this is my guy, we're going to get married or whatever. And that's already been established. And then you find out that him and the children don't mesh well. Then what do? And I get it. I see where they're coming from that standpoint. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would never be my situation. So I wouldn't know what to say about that. Because that is something, I guess, eventually people with small children who are single would have to face. Like, you would probably be dating someone, and then eventually y'all are going to get engaged and get married. I mean, I don't know. But do people that's for the people who do that, though, who date and then, eventually get engaged and get married and have small children.
Yeah, I would
You
think
know what
I
I'm
would think in that situation, maybe after the engagement, and then but even then, you just don't leave them alone with the guy. You got to be around them, while they're getting to know each other.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think that just because the guy is your fiance, that qualifies him to be around your child by himself or to babysit your children or something. Your boyfriend is not your doggone babysitter.
Okay. I
You
agree.
know, your fiance is not your babysitter. Your husband is not your babysitter. That's crazy. So,
I mean, the guy definitely
it's
has
not.
to be vetted. He has to be vetted, and over a long period of time too. Not no
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
2 or 3 months. Got to be a longer period of time, maybe 2 or 3 years, maybe.
And that's another thing that some people were saying too. They were saying, like, oh, you got to see how him and the children interact in different scenarios, just like you do with yourself, and how he's gonna handle those situations and things like that. So I mean, I hear what they're saying on that too. Oh, Lightbearer said, you remember the guy that I'm talking about? Okay. I wish you could remember his name or the name of the daughter or something so I could pull it up. I wish I could. It was just as popular as Malia. It really was. And what made me so upset is that these suckers didn't get no reason, no rhyme or reason. We getting more information about Malia Davis's story than we did for that other story. We just know that I think they beat her to death.
Yeah, there is no rhyme or reason for that, for no shit like that.
No.
There's no excuse
No.
for that.
Yeah, but at least somebody try to say something or another to the effect. You know, you got Brittany and whatever the Dion, I think his name. We've done heard, you know, Brittany's definitely said a lot of stuff, and allegedly, I must say, because the guy's in jail, and we've heard third party. He at least told where the body was, but we've allegedly heard from him different things, and we've heard from his father. So we've heard a lot. But with the other little girl, we have no clue why they even killed that. Like, what the heck? You could have, excuse me, you could have gave it to her father.
A lot of people want to know why for closure. But when it comes down to it, there is no real reason why you would do it like that. But a lot of people just need that closure.
Ooh. Something in my pipe, my windpipe, and water isn't getting it. Like, get out of there. But yeah, it just, both of them crazy, evil.
Was it any kind of drug use or anything like that involved?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Or
I
just trying
don't
to
remember.
or just trying to help jog memory. Or just jog memory. Alcohol.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing anything of that. Mm-mm. They could have been, though. I just don't remember hearing it. It's just so weird. I'm just like, wow.
Oh, and another thing too, lady, if your daughter or your son come to you with a story saying that somebody touched them or something, please believe them. Because more, 9 times out of 10 times out of 10, some children don't know nothing about no sex at that age. They don't know nothing about it. So if they say they're being touched or if they're starting to act different around that person, something is going on. Believe them.
At least investigate it, Um, a lot of people, not just children, but people who are grown adults now, have told and been ignored or told they were lying,
Yeah.
or had the women get mad at them, or whatever the case may be. I don't know. It's just too many unprotected children out here. And I just don't like the whole turning the blind eye thing. That's why I said I just don't like the thing that Jazzy was doing by trying to cover up, and make it look rosy. The whole situation with her ex, as if there was nothing wrong there. It just came out of the blue, and there was nothing to him, giving her a bath, and he loved her like his own. And like, what? You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that's not cool.
There was just so much wrong with that. It's not even funny. Like, just yesterday, you were saying that was strike one. You can't retract that. You can't retract that and then turn around and say that there was nothing wrong with that. Because then on top of that, say her father approved of it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that one bit.
But you know what? Her father
That's what she
They
said.
have proof of it.
That's
Guess
what
what?
she said.
Yes,
I don't believe
but
it.
she may be telling the truth. Who is her father? Her father apparently is the same guy that allows her to let guys stay there with her and babysit his child, right? At 2 years old. Her father is the same guy that is not over there busting somebody's head open for that, right? So she said he date a lot of women with single women with children, and he bathed their children. This is what she's saying. So if that's how he get down, he don't care about what nobody doing with his child. What they see, a lot of dudes will have children, leave them, go and take care of somebody else's children. That's not even theirs.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
not
I
even
know what
paying
happens.
attention to what's going on with their own children. Oh my goodness.
But see, in this situation, this woman is saying that the father was okay with it, and I don't believe that. She's lying. I, 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 she's lying. There's no way the father gonna say it's cool for some other man to bathe his 2-year-old daughter. I just don't see it.
But you get what I'm trying to say though. If he don't care,
Like I said
because
again,
he
I
over
just
there bathing somebody else's child.
mm, that's what she said he's doing. I don't believe that.
Hmm.
I don't believe that.
Well, he ain't there with her
I mean, because she
and
didn't.
that baby.
Let me put it this way: she didn't come up with that story when she first told it. She came back the next day with some with that old BS.
Right.
Why she didn't say that the first day? Why she didn't say, "Well, it was strike one from me and her father," or it was strike one from me, but the father didn't care. You know, she didn't say it then.
Right. I didn't hear her whole thing, but I know she said it was strike one. That's what she said. This just posted a truck crashed, a semi truck crash carrying 40,000 pounds of beads in Montana.
You said beads or bees?
Beads.
Wow.
Yeah. Somebody just lost some money, okay?
You sure did.
And Montana just got it going on with some bees. Montana is going to have some good crops this year.
Speaking of crops, I seen your video the other day. How are they coming along?
Pretty good. I'm impressed. My muscadines are getting so big. I posted some pictures of them
Yeah, I
on
seen.
Instagram today. I'm about
Okay,
to
yeah,
share
no,
my
I didn't see the.
screen.
Yeah, I didn't see the Instagram. I seen the videos. You said some were small and some were jumbos. You said you called them or something like that.
Yeah, some are regular and then some are jumbo muscadines.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
And so this is the first year of
Well, you know, as far
those.
as I mean, I'm not really. They're still young. But I mean, as far as it looks like it's growing the way properly. So looks pretty good.
Yeah, the first year you always get a little bit. You see this truck?
Yeah.
Look at it. You can't get those bees. They gone.
That's right.
They gone.
Yeah.
It said a swarm of bees saw their chance for escape when a semi truck carrying them crashed on Monday. 40,000 pounds of honeybees
Damn.
traveling from California to North Dakota when it crashed in a rural intersection. You know what? That's a lot of money because it's not a thing.
But I didn't know
It's bees.
they transported bees like that.
Mhm.
I didn't know that was something that people knew that they did.
Mhm. It's and bees are going extinct. I mean, it's a lot of bee farmers, but still, it's not. It's just that don't mean it's easy to get your hands on some 40,000 pounds of bees.
That's a lot of bees.
So it's equal to around 133 million bees.
Yeah, yeah.
Montana got blessed.
We're cursed
Wow.
if you're allergic to them.
So they're trying to say a large quantity of people are gonna get stoned. Get out of here with that.
That's quite possible.
Listen, why they gonna sting people?
What do you mean? That's what bees do.
No.
It's
Bees
quite
don't
possible
sting
that
people just
people don't get
stinging
stung.
them. I
People
don't
are
see.
get stung.
No, bees sting you if you the SWV. I forgot the SWV and salt and pepper thing was coming on tonight.
What? Some kind of reunion or something? Concert or something?
They're doing a like a tour together,
Okay.
and they did. It's called Ladies' Night, and they're doing it. They turn it into a show, and so it's they salt and pepper offered for SWV to come, and I guess like first it's like they changed the deal, so I'm not sure where they're at right now. But they kind of gave them an offer to come and do like 5 shows with them or something like that.
Right.
And then it started out with which one of them? I think not Coco, but one of them was going through a divorce. Or maybe it was Coco. And so the first couple of episodes, she wasn't there. She wasn't there on time, like for the first meetings and stuff. So Salt and Pepper was like, we don't even know if this is gonna happen like it should. So, we don't play about our shows, and we don't play about our performances. We don't play about our money. So we don't know if we're gonna have you do all of the tour, all of the shows. We're gonna just give it like a trial and error type thing. And they were kind of offended by that, but I understand. I understand completely. So it's been kind of rocky, but
Yeah. So what do you think
then
about
Spinderella.
Did you cover that helicopter crash?
Say again?
The helicopter crash in New York. Did you cover that yesterday?
Yeah, I saw some of it, and I was kind of on my way out the door. But what it seems like is that it really wasn't that bad because nobody got hurt. The driver of the helicopter was killed. So they were trying to figure out like what was going on with this dude. Was he trying to commit suicide? Why was he there? Well, basically what happened.
You think it
That
could have been
caused him to
deliberate?
crash.
You think it could have been deliberate?
That's what they're trying to figure out. I didn't do any follow up on it, because they said that he actually did a good job because instead of doing something that could have hurt anybody, he actually just landed like right on top of the building. So he skillfully landed it. So clearly he was really good at what he, was doing, and he actually did a good job at it. So there's that.
I
I
guess.
don't really think anybody got hurt, honestly. I don't even think anybody got hurt. Yep.
What do you think
That's
about?
what I wanted to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with what you was gonna say.
No, I was going to say, what do you think about? Have you heard about the 5G network? I'm going to be doing a story on it this weekend.
Yeah, you should. I'm not happy about it, and I know it's
Yeah.
gonna be forced upon us.
Oh yeah, they're already rolling it out in selective cities already. So
I'm ready to go. I'm just ready to go because this ain't even a move.
yeah,
This ain't even a move. I will. Oh, this is the episode I wanted to see too. I know it's gonna come on. What is it? It's 1:00.
I was so not thinking anything was wrong because
I was about to say who is that? I didn't get no female to link. I just put up this article. Wait till you hear this. I'm waiting for the site to load up. I wonder if this is gonna be on what do you call it? DVR? Because Spinderella is having some issues with them too. You know who Spinderella is, right? The
yeah,
DJ.
yeah.
And you know how she's always been like the third wheel or whatever.
Curable for you, just put.
So she's and she's been feeling like they've been pretty much like ignoring her or disregarding her. Well, she said they still treat her like she's a kid from what 25 years ago, and they treat her still like a third wheel.
Yeah, they probably
And
do.
so yeah, and she was offered some gigs. She was offered to host to have her own show in Vegas and something else, you know, pretty good stuff. And she took it, but at first they didn't want her to take it, but it wouldn't really interfere with what they had going on.
I doubt
Yeah,
it.
so I found it, huh?
I doubt that it would have interfered with whatever they had going on. It wouldn't have interfered.
No. And so yeah, I found that kind of like what? And so she did take it, but she's having some more problems with them and the way that they're treating her. And she was supposed to like really confront them today and kind of have it out with them, and maybe she's probably gonna leave because Salt and Peppers, I don't know, they can be kind of. I've watched the show with them before when they were supposed to try to do a tour together, and they barely get along with each other, to be honest with you, when it comes down to this stuff. But they're pretty hard on SWV. I ain't gonna lie. They treat SWV like
Yeah.
they treat them like, who are y'all compared to us? That's exactly how they, and this how I feel. Like, how dare y'all treat SWV like that? You know, SWV used to be my group.
Yeah, they were good.
You know, yes. I ask anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask anybody old enough to know. SWV, what was it? Use your heart, not your eyes. I mean, any song, you know. Love will be right. We know all their songs. They had bangers. They was just as popular as Salt and Pepper, but you to hear Salt and Pepper tell it, they were more popular than SWV. And maybe they sold more, maybe they in the rap, you know, yes, they have different categories.
Right.
I like SWV more than Salt and Pepper. I take them over Salt and Pepper any day. Come on, they girls, they female rappers. Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
Are you serious? SWV be talking about love stuff. Like the only thing Salt and Pepper is is fun with for me is Push It, because that joke was so fun. But other than that, they look like two dudes almost, especially Pepper. So
You know
whatever.
what the guys used to
But
say,
yeah,
right?
huh?
You know how the guys used to sing that song, right?
Really? What you say now?
I said the
The guys
fellas,
what?
the guys, you know how the words to it is push it good, right?
Mm-mm.
Where the guy the song when they sang when the women sung the song, they were singing push it good. When the men's
Mm-hmm.
were singing it, they were saying something else was good.
Mm.
Yeah, you finally got it, huh?
Uh, yeah. I didn't even pay that attention.
Yeah, that's the way the guys used to sing.
But yeah, you're right. Like Barrett, it was also a different era.
Right. Yeah. Totally different.
But if you watch the show, they completely treat SWV as if they were just like maybe 2, 3 classes up under them. I kid you not. I can't believe my eyes. But I will admit, they're kind of acting like they are.
Mm.
They're saying it. They're saying like, I can't believe, you know, they treat us like this. Like we're SWV. Like why they, you know, like we deserve to be here. We deserve to get, you know, we deserve to be fully on tour with them and everything. And y'all gonna, you know, but nobody's respecting all anything they saying. But at the same time, they kind of not coming correct. You know, the one sister had the problems with the divorce, and that was like she, you know how it is when you go through a divorce. You got somebody acting ugly, and they gonna try to pull you down. And he knew she had this going on, so he was doing everything he could to like take her through it. And so she had like her lawyer would call her up and say, "You got to come back here right now." And I was like, "What the heck could be possibly going on that she got to leave and fly over there?" Like that happened several times. I was like, "What the heck?" That she physically got to leave. That you can't handle that. Like, what is he doing? Like, I don't care what's going. I mean, is he sleeping with somebody? Like, that's what y'all for. Take pictures and okay, we got one up on him. I mean, I don't know. What the heck?
That's what I
There
was
should
getting
be
ready to
nothing.
say. Maybe they're dating or something.
I can't think of nothing. So it was crazy. But that's what they were telling the cameras. It was a divorce. So I don't know. But that was about to make Salt and Pepper pull out completely because it just seemed like she wasn't gonna be able to show up. But it's funny because as soon as they started, Salt and Pepper was messing out their show. Like the music was skipping, they had the
Really?
record skipping, and they didn't have it right. Pep wasn't able to come out on beat and all that. So they were so hot on SWV that their stuff wasn't going right. So then they had to kind of humble themselves a little bit. So Now they got
I thought
Spinderella
Spin
teaming
would have
up
had
with
that.
huh?
Yeah, I would have thought Spin would have had that straightened out.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. They would let Spin do the sounds. They
Right.
had somebody else doing it,
Oh,
and they
okay.
wouldn't let her do it. But she was DJing, right?
Yeah.
But they wouldn't let her do the engineering and none of that stuff, which she used to do.
Yeah.
And so I was like, that's disrespectful because she want to be secure that her stuff is right because she the one everybody gonna see.
Yep.
And then when it all got messed up, she was like, see what I'm telling you? Like, y'all got me up here looking crazy with the music all messed up. Like, people don't know that this ain't my fault.
I
Like,
want
it was so
something.
crazy. They act like
I wonder if that was intentional to
it
make
was
her
just
look
them
bad.
acting like they the only ones that know how everything should be and everything should be perfect and they can only make it perfect. Like, it was just so crazy. But they about to get humbled down real quick when everybody come for them.
Yeah.
Cause I don't even get it. But Pep is not a cool person anyway. She was on what's the name of it? The one with the children? Children of what with her daughter and Bow Wow and all of them. She was on there with her and Damon Dash.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not into all that, so I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Pep was on there quite a lot. And she was annoying. She Something is wrong with Pep. Something is really wrong with her. She acts like a child herself. Her and Dame Dash used to get into it a lot too. And she be dating them young boys and stuff. Like, I don't know what's going on with her. But I wanted to watch this because that's music from back in my time, and I like SWV too.
Yeah.
So I've been watching the episodes. I'll be up late anyway. So I see what's happening. But check this out. I pulled this up. And this is so crazy. You're not even gonna believe it. I'm about to read it. Actually, I'm about to share the screen on this one. Because if I read it, you probably ain't gonna believe it. So I'm gonna have to show. I'm gonna have to show. I'm trying to boo these doggone ads out the way so I could. I can't even believe they all in the way like this. Ads be annoying. That's how. Like, this is wild. I feel like doing the Eddie Murphy laugh right now if I could do it. You know how Eddie Murphy be like,
Yeah.
like, I can't even scroll without the words hiding up under this dumb. Ugh. Okay, so this woman says her anal cancer is linked to HPV and husband's throat cancer. So I'm
Yeah.
like, what?
I saw that yesterday or the day before. Yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Did you read the article?
No, I just read the title. I didn't. The headline there. I didn't read the article.
That title is catchy, boy. I'm about to read the article.
Okay.
It better not be clickbait. It better not be clickbait. I think it's clickbait. I think it's not exactly what the title is suggesting, but we're about to find out. So it says Marsha Cross wants to end the shame surrounding anal cancer. The Desperate Housewives star appeared on Wednesday's episode of CBS This Morning to discuss her diagnosis more than a year ago. More than 1 in 5 adults has cancer causing HPV, CDC reports. Cross 57 said it came about as a result of a routine digital rectum exam during a visit to her gynecologist.
No. No, that's not how it happened. We all know how it happened. Come on, lady.
Marsha Cross shares cancer battle. Okay, that's a link to something else. All right, I was not thinking anything was wrong because I didn't have any symptoms. And she gave me an exam and came around and said, well, I want you to know whatever it is curable. Cross said. It was like, what? What are you? Okay, supposed to say I. I was like, what are you talking about? Who the heck let this girl write this article? Cross is talking about her cancer battle to help destigmatize the disease. Okay. I know that there are people who are ashamed, she said. You have cancer. Should you then also feel like ashamed, like you did something bad because it took up residence in your anus? Her husband, Tom Mahoney, was diagnosed with throat cancer in 2009. His throat, your butt.
Oh boy, yeah, that's crazy.
You know, they be eating the booties like groceries.
Yeah.
Doctors now suspect that Cross's cancer and Mahoney's came from the same type of human papillomas. There we go, known as HPV.
That's it.
Eat that booty like groceries.
And there you go.
I read that word all wrong too. All right, HPV can be transferred through sexual intercourse or skin to skin contact and can also cause cancer of the cervix and genitals. Early immunization can prevent the types of HPV that most common. They always want to throw in some vaccination that you can get. Slick, but not slick enough. All right, early immunization can prevent the types of HPV that most commonly cause cancer. Cross said she plans to get their 12-year-old daughter twins vaccinated. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What?
Might be a good
Girl.
idea.
So Merck, the makers of the HPV vaccine Gardasil, told CNN Cross's not a paid spokeswoman, I thought we already done away with Gardasil. It's back again? Houseway. We already
Is that
did the whole Gardasil thing.
what is that? Is that a woman thing? What is that?
Um, I think it's mostly, well, I think they give it to the guys too, but it's mostly a youth thing. And see, what this is, they so slick. They were pushing this before, right? And they were telling you that if you get it, it will help prevent you from getting like cancer. Like, now they're telling you you can get this thing called PrEP and it'll help reduce your chances of getting AIDS or HIV. They said Gardasil will help reduce your chances of getting cancer. But it was killing children.
Wow. Yeah.
And messing some of them up, seriously.
So
I
what's
mean,
it's some kind of immunization?
that's what the vaccines can likely do because let's just face it, they're poisons.
Yeah.
They're deadly. Oh, sorry, YouTube, I forgot. We can't say that stuff no more. My bad. I'm broke a rule. You can't say that on social media anymore at all.
I didn't know that.
You just can't. Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I forgot. Well, so this is what they're pushing. So their whole story may be a lie. Yeah, might be a lie.
Yeah, I think so.
And people would do anything for the almighty dollar. Ain't no telling how much money they got paid to push this story. They don't care.
Nope.
Think they care what you think? People gonna forget in a few months that they even thought that this couple had this crap. They don't care. She said, my girls don't know it, but they're up for their first shot at the end of the school year. That man may not give them the shot. And so she completed radiation and chemotherapy, and both she and her husband are in remission.
Yeah.
Sure. They probably lying. They are probably lying. But I will say,
they just wanted to come up, huh?
but it's really interesting how I'm thinking they might have got it.
Well, we know how they got it.
Because that I mean the title alone is telling it. Look at it. She said her anal cancer is linked to HPV and husband's throat cancer.
Yep.
And a sister wrote the article, so she telling you the whole. She giving you the tea right there. She giving you the tea right there. Okay.
Well, she kind of said it in the article itself, but that's what happened. So yeah.
Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Told it, boy. So hey, it might be a true story. Just don't get the shot. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, y'all. It said HPV can be transferred through sexual intercourse or skin to skin contact, like your mouth, his ass. I'm just saying.
I've heard, yeah.
His mouth. What was it? His mouth, her butt. Which one? Yeah.
Yep.
People be doing that quick, boy. They be quick too. Just met. Hey, why don't you go ahead and
That's crazy.
And they just do it.
That's crazy.
They do it. The dude tell the girl, be like, oh, I want to da-da-da-da-da, because once he do that, right, she gonna be horny and he gonna hit it. And she be like, oh, yeah, because that's be feeling so good. I'm gonna let him do it. And I'm not even gonna care.
Whatever the consequence.
And boom. Says skin-to-skin contact and can also cause cancer of the cervix and genitals. I done told you all to protect your womb. People ain't listening. Your womb is so vulnerable. It's so vulnerable.
It's always a good thing.
You let his saliva, his spit all up over your womb. Let them little spit balls climb all up in your womb.
Yeah.
No, you don't know this dude. Got his little dirty fingers. Come on, dudes used to finger girls, back in the 8th grade, 7th grade? Let him put his little dirty fingers down there.
That's why you want
He messing with you. What'd you say?
So that's why y'all want them fingernails trimmed.
Yeah. Back in the day, you remember that? Back in the day when dudes used to be trying to finger girls in gym class and stuff.
Gym class, huh?
You telling their buddies, be like, yeah, I fingered her. Like, no, you didn't. Smell my finger.
Wow, okay.
Be like, he fingered me on the bus. I put my jacket down. He'd be like, wear a skirt tomorrow. Crazy. And them germs all in it. Ugh. Dirty, nasty. Mm. Y'all messed up and don't know why. Messing with these dudes, don't even know them.
Well, they be knowing why. They just don't want to admit to it.
Huh?
I say they know why. They just don't want to admit to it.
Right. Even if you know, even if you be knowing these dudes, like you know, can you imagine how many people even take time out to, like, first of all, we already established that people don't even be dating. They don't take time out to get to know each other.
Right.
They don't know nothing about the person. They don't know how to have a conversation. Sometimes when you meet people, they're jerks on purpose. They avoid conversations on purpose, or they make conversations difficult on purpose because they don't know how to have a conversation. They just want to get to the point of, we're going to get together, we're going to get fucked up, and we're going to have sex. Most people don't know what to do sober. They don't know how to hang out sober. 9 times out of 10, if you meet somebody and they don't know how to pick up the phone and have a conversation, you need to go in the opposite direction. Don't even waste your time.
Is it don't walk, run?
Right. If you have to pull a conversation from them, go in the opposite direction quickly. Just go in the opposite direction. Why are you still there?
Well, I guess, but you know what? Though, to Aakasha, they're not really there for the conversation. It's there for the sex anyway. Both parties. So they're not
Right.
looking for conversations.
They want something from you that you that they're there. Whatever they're there for. Trust me, you don't want to have to deal with that. You don't want to have to deal with that. They're not on your level. If you want to have a conversation and they can't have a conversation, exit stage left.
That's a good idea.
If it's difficult, if the energy isn't right, then you should exit stage left. Protect your energy. Just protect your energy. Who cares? Don't worry about it. It means nothing. They're a dead soul anyway. Guaranteed. Nobody cares. Do not care. Do not care. Do not be afraid to walk away from anything and anyone in 15 seconds or less if you feel the heat coming around the corner. Yes, I got that from Robert De Niro in Heat, but I mean that shit. Okay? I mean it. It applies to literally everything. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not. Do not. It's literally not worth it.
I agree.
It's not. Even if you wanna be sure, sometimes you can test people if you know how to do that. But trust me, 9 times out of 10 people are full of shit, and they are here to take something from you And you will know that early on with them meeting them. So don't put yourself through that and know when to walk away. Know when to trust your instincts and walk away. You ain't missing nothing. You ain't missing nothing.
Yeah, you would think people would know that by now.
Yeah.
This day and age is different. The times are different.
Oh, this is a cool ass post. This is a cold ass post right here. Oh, she posted this. It says, it's a Samsung and Apple. Ugh.
It smells like apple.
I'm about to share this one. I gotta talk to this sister real quick. Hold on, she wants to take a piece of this. She wanna get this plant. She gonna have to. It's gonna if she still look like that, it ain't gonna. It's gonna die. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold on. Let me tell her. That's it. She gonna have to. It's not. I don't know what's wrong with people. Stealing is never good. Like, it's never good. That's an energy. Like, I don't care how you, oh wow, this is crazy. I don't care how you transfer that in your mind. That energy is not gonna work well for you.
It usually don't.
It's not. If you take something that doesn't belong to you, you can't. First of all, you cannot take something that does not belong to you. Because if you take something that does not belong to you, even if you think it's prospering for you, it's probably going to end up hurting you or working against you or bringing you some bad energy.
Yeah, in the long
Like,
run.
why would you want to do that? I'll be damned. She was like, I want this plant in my house. I'm about to sneak in and cut me a piece of it and let that shit grow in your house. Are you crazy? Why not just ask? Why not just ask? Are you gonna let it grow in your house? You about to curse your whole shit. You see this? They say Samsung and Apple.
Samsung.
I'm done. You see your boy Trump over here being Apple.
That's not my boy.
Oh shoot! I didn't even notice Obama jacket had 44 on the sleeve, and that's not even his wife right there. All right, pimping it. Somebody got to do it, right?
You got somebody, yeah.
Somebody got to do it. Look at the little cat. Okay, this person said, I was Team Android forever back when the keyboard slid down. My boyfriend convinced me to get an iPhone. It has its perks, but I want my Android back.
Yeah, I've never
people,
owned an iPhone.
yeah, a lot of people try to talk me into getting an iPhone, and I never. I thought about it. They almost had me. They almost had me. My children tried to get me there, and I almost like, man, the 15-year-old almost had me.
Yeah.
He almost made me do anything. He almost had me too. I almost said, "For you, I will." And then I said, I was like, this cat right here, nah.
Yeah.
No. This is funny because this right here, Trump looks big.
Trump is big. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I mean, I know he was overweight, but he looks obese right here.
He pretty much is obese. By definition, he is.
And he thinks he's the coolest dude in the world, too.
Yeah.
I wonder why he thinks he's so cool. That's the part I never could get that. I mean, it's cool to have confidence and think you're cool and all, but he be thinking he the coolest dude in the world.
Might be just arrogance.
He is not elegant.
No,
You talking about the guy?
Arrogant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now that works. That works. Cause we talking about the dude that invited people, a team. What was it? The baseball team, and gave them retarded fast food. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I had to pull up the story right here from the picture. I better start clicking on this stuff.
What's this one about?
The way they cut this elephant up. Man, I watched one the other day. They shot this elephant in the head, and the bullet didn't go all the way through. But the elephant was hurt, and so he walked up to the truck where the doctors were, basically asking him to help him. And they performed the surgery on him and everything. It was just shit. Yeah, it was just so heartbreaking.
So I take it the elephant died,
No, he didn't die. He survived.
Oh, okay. I guess that's cool. Were they over in Africa somewhere?
Hmm.
Where were they at? Where did they shoot the elephant at?
Out in Africa, in
Yeah,
the wild, right in the middle of his head.
Yeah, I figured
And
that.
then you look at what they do with the elephant tusks and the rhinoceros. This is the stuff I don't get. I don't understand.
Well, some people, I'm gonna put it. Some people have to always be killing something.
Mm-hmm. They said Indian villagers throw firebombs at elephant and calf for damaging their crops. But in killing them and having trophies and I don't really understand it. The evilness. Hey, Lady Legs, Sharon B, and Smoke Bear. How y'all doing? I really don't get it, man.
Who's all in the room?
I just, huh?
Who just came in the room?
I think Smoke Bear just came in. Well, yeah, Smoke Bear just came in. Lady Legs been here for a little while, and the rest of them been here. I just noticed them. That's why I want to have a show. I don't see the same pictures I saw on Facebook. Those real, I mean, these stories are still there. I don't want to read them though. It's too late at night to read them.
Yeah.
Which reminded me of something else, but I don't want to start talking about it because I'm gonna forget what I was going to say. So I'm gonna say this first, real quick. And I still, oh yeah. That's all. I want to do a show, and I want to talk about what people think God is.
What they think it is, or who they think it is.
What it is, who it is. Like I want to get people to have a discussion. And yes, I did see. Well, I didn't see the debate. I'm not about to watch all that. Well, maybe I will. I don't know. It depends on how long it is. But I'm kind of not interested in that. I kind of want to be involved in something that I can have a conversation with people on, instead of the whole ego popping, like Polite and somebody did a debate recently, and I did see somebody reposted a portion of Polite's part, and it was pretty good. And he was pretty much like more along on the side of how I'm thinking from that response. I had, like I said, I didn't see the whole thing. So that was probably, that video was only a few minutes long. So I don't know how long the debate itself was. But before that, I still was already wanting to have this conversation. But I want to do it where I can, like, go ahead.
So that seems like a good topic, but you want to get at least 3 or 4 more, at least a total of 5 or 6 people, or more.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Because I want to be able to interact with people. Because like, if you say something, I want to have if I have a question, I want to be able to ask and give feedback, because this is something that I really want to have a discussion about.
Right.
Because I have my thoughts about this, and it all might not be covered by what they said, Yeah. So I would like to have a realistic conversation. But I saw somebody else recently have this conversation as well, and it was pretty good. I'm trying to remember who it was. Look, I'm just sitting up here cutting like I'm not live. They'll go to start. I'm always crafting and stuff. Like
It sounds to me like you just, you're in
You're in conversation, but you're relaxed. You know what I'm saying? So your mind is
Yeah, like
doing other things.
I can't not do my thing for too long without autopilot kicking in. And
Right.
then it's like, what you doing? You better get your butt back to work.
Yep.
And that's what I did. I started reaching for my stuff and cutting up stuff and getting ready to prepare my stuff for the next project or whatever. And then I had to stop and listen to because I got my live stream playing in the background, but it's really, really low because sometimes I interfere with myself and I hear myself talking too loud. And then I was listening. I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
I can hear the paper rattling and everything. Oh, shoot. Let me put this down. So, not bad, y'all.
I thought you was cutting like lettuce or something.
And I was cutting up some paper. Yeah. So, I'm trying to remember the second thing that I was going to say, but I didn't want to say it before the first thing because I didn't want to forget that. And now I forgot the second thing because I didn't think I was going to talk about the God thing for so long. So there we go with that. Wow. I was so sure I wasn't going to forget about it either. But yeah, I definitely want to have a conversation about that though.
When you planning on doing that one?
Whenever I get enough people who can really talk about it, like who's willing to.
Yeah.
You know what? It was young Pharaoh. I'm almost certain because he been smashing on God lately on his Instagram. So I've only heard him in small spurts as well. And I know some people find it to be disrespectful. When anyone has a challenge, if you will, about whether or not God exists, or what's the purpose of having a such said God, or what or who is God, or all any questions. Like, there was a time where you couldn't even question God at all. Like getting popped in your mouth.
Well,
But I
God,
feel like
religion and politics always end up in heated conversations.
mm-hmm.
So that'd probably be
like
a pretty good show if you can get a panel together. It'd be a good show.
Say that again. Yeah, but I feel like if you can't question something, then that's when you should really question it.
Yeah. If you can get the right people together, it'll be a good show. It'll be a good live stream.
Well, it's a good live stream to me if I can get some realistic conversation. I don't want to say answers, because if you expect too much, then you might not get what you're looking for. So I don't really have expectations except for just thought-provoking conversation. Like, I want you, whoever I'm talking to, I want you to be thinking just like I'm thinking. So feed off of my thoughts and I feed off of yours and let's talk. But don't come at me with like you're offended. I don't come at me with your typical religious, stuff that was beat into you. Maybe not technically, but whatever. Like, don't come at because You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that's how a lot of people are gonna come at you with that
That's the
with that topic, with a religious topic.
That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. We know that we've heard all of that. I'm 42 years old, and we've heard all of that. We've heard all of that. I think we done every religion that there was, pretty much, just about. And if I haven't experienced it, I've studied it. So I'm good on that. You know, I don't want no emotional little bitch. You know,
Yeah.
coming up here with no silly shit like that's. I'm good on that. Right? It's just a realistic conversation or an unrealistic conversation.
Just as long as it's a conversation with some substance.
Right? Exactly. Like go somewhere that you wouldn't normally go, and let it be that. That's all I'm saying. Do something different. But you know, from what I've seen from that little excerpt from Polite, and from what I've seen Pharaoh post, I mean, at least from what Polite was saying, Polite was hitting on some stuff like, y'all stop playing with it, you know, make that make sense. And you know, Pharaoh, I think he was playing a little too much, but he was at least saying, you know, like, come on. You know, it was on an elementary level if you ask me, but he was at least saying, like, you're not gonna sit here and tell me there's a God, but yet all this stuff is happening. I mean, look at the little stuff we just was looking at with the elephants. You know, that's pretty much the same crap they used to do to us. You know, that's what I think of when I look at stuff like that. Like that, the crap they're doing to those elephants, they were doing to us. Probably still are, you know, to some degree, just in a different way, or even from what I see, in the same way, depending on where you go. I mean, come on, who's letting all that stuff happen? You know, stuff like that. You know, so, but you know, at the same time, people say there's a creator. All right, break that down for me. Who is it? What is it? Oh, well, you know, one person will say da 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 da, and the next person say da 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 da. No, no, no. You're gonna have to make it plain. You have to make it plain. So, yeah, make it plain. Okay, so this meme just made it plain for me. I've been wanting to know basically what keto was, but I didn't want to look it up. Like I didn't want to read it. I was like, I'm not in the mood for that. Cause there was a couple other like fads or whatever that came out, and I didn't get into them, but I did take the time to, like, I don't know, join the groups and see how they ate and what the rules were and all that. And then I was like, no, I'm good on that. Then keto came out, and I was like, I'm curious, but I'm not about to go through any great lengths to find out. So this is a meme that actually just kind of like breaks it down and says, this is what people think keto is, but this is what keto actually is. So now someone is saying the bottom is paleo. I'm confused. Do you know anything about this? Uh-oh. Are you sleep deep? Uh-oh, D ain't making it, y'all. He ain't making it. I definitely don't know what paleo means, but hey, I see all kind of goodness. Well, this was like pistachios. Not pistachios, but macadamia. Okay, so that's a good one. Avocados. And this was like sriracha, spinach, broccoli, mushrooms, maybe pepitas, pecans, what, T-bone? I don't know, what is this, rice? Can't be rice. Is that rice? Zucchini and eggs. All right, so we can take off whatever that is in that bowl right there. Maybe move the beef out of the way. I'm good with everything down there. Oh yeah, we can do that. That's what's up. Yeah. So Deke is out, y'all. I know, right? I mean, all of it actually looks good to me. I'll pretty much eat everything on there. I don't know if I'll probably mess with the beef though. I done already left it alone. It should probably stay there. I will every once in a while mess with the eggs, even chicken every once in a while. Yeah, I don't really want to mess with no rice. That wouldn't be a good idea. But everything else on there, I already messed with. This up here just looks like a nightmare. Like, who would? I mean, on a, I don't know. That's crazy. Like, why would this even be a, you know how they make the keto and paleo or whatever the heck they got going on? I don't even know why they be coming up with this stuff and trying to act like it's something, but whatever. But I don't even know why this would be it. First of all, we know what hot dogs is. We know what bacon is. We know what pepper, it's all pork. But not only that, hot dogs is a combination of the worst crap leftover, and this is oil. It's probably oil squeezed out of fake cheese or something. I don't know. This is just stupid. Like, who does that? Shut up. Why do they even make this? I don't need just dumb stuff. I had already stopped sharing and still talking. So Deke is probably asleep. So I'm gonna let y'all know this one last time. For those who didn't hear me in the back. So we are going to be starting our book reading now that it is Wednesday. I just want to drink a whole gallon of water right now. I did a semi-fast. Semi, because I've been bad. And I went in on the water too, like cut my water in half. I can't believe I actually did that. But I actually did. Meaning, and I made it. All right, so where's that book? Because I actually forgot the name of it. Where?
Type the name and don't autofill.
The book that we're reading tomorrow. It's by George somebody. I just had it. It's over there on the bookshelf. I really don't feel like walking over there. It's not that far, but hey.
I was so not thinking anything was wrong.
Oh, you were so about to get off my computer with that mess? It's not The Souls of White Folks. It is, The Miseducation of the Negro. Yes, let me. Miseducation of the Negro. That is a book. Oh, you're here. I thought you were sleeping. I thought you were sleeping. Oh, wow. What is this? I might play this tomorrow. Hey, Soup Bone.
Soup Bone.
Might have to play this tomorrow before we start. This is like some old school get back stuff. Yeah.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of UC Forum, a program series about the learning, teaching, and research here at the University of the District of Columbia. I'm Dr. Sandra Jowers Barber, Assistant Professor of History at the University of the District of Columbia, and your host. In 1933, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, an African-American historian, author, journalist, and the founder of the Association of the Study of African-American Life and History, published The Miseducation of the Negro. I quote from Dr. Woodson's book: "The mere imparting of information is not education. Above all things, the effort must result in making a man think and do for himself. The problem of holding the Negro down, therefore, is easily solved. When you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there is no back door, he will cut one for his special benefit. His education makes it necessary." My guest, Dr. Jeff Lindsay, author of Dumbing Down, Reflections on the Miseducation of the Negro, argues that much, if not all, of Dr. Woodson's observations, now over 80 years old, are still true of the education experience of the African American. Dr. Lindsay is an alumnus of both Fisk and Howard universities, where he received advanced training and degrees in clinical psychology, and is licensed as a school psychologist in the District of Columbia. He is also on the staff of the Institute for Urban Research at Morgan State University. Welcome, Dr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Dr. Jowers Barber.
Tell us about your work at Morgan University.
Okay, I'm a research associate with the Institute for Urban Research, which is, I like to think of our staff as a think tank. We're a think tank of multidisciplinary researchers that look at social problems, economic problems, people problems throughout the state of Maryland or even globally at times. We approach many tasks as a collective, where each of us offers our expertise to the question on the table. But as well as we also serve and have independent research projects. My personal interest, having a training in clinical psychology, is within psychospiritual modalities of intervention as well as development. Currently, I have an IRB-approved project that's underway where I'm looking at the impact of meditation on the cognitive skills of both high school students as well as college undergrad students.
Well, those are both populations around whom there's a lot of controversy in terms of the progress students are making and some of the challenges they face. How did that work inform this publication?
Well, I'm a lifelong student. I'm one of those lifelong learners. I understand that you learn in every environment. And as a teacher, I also understand that people learn differently, as well as we have multiple ways in which we can teach. And so looking at the tie-in between meditation, cognitive skills, and Dr. Woodson's work of Miseducation of the Negro, I'm seeing how somehow or another our experience with education in the past, it was more than just an issue about information. It was more than an issue about what types of books we were using. But there was something at the core of people that has been rocked, that has been shaken. And I think that has a direct impact on our ability to perform in the classroom as well as perform in life as a whole. And so my studies on meditation and psychospiritual processes of development has led me to a point where I'm saying we need to go back in and somehow repair that core aspect of ourselves as human beings in order that we may perform at our optimal abilities.
One of the things that happened right after Reconstruction and the Civil War and the abolishment of slavery, where you have these 4 million newly freed people entering into society, education was at the top of the list. There was this understanding that with education would come mobility and entry into society. So there was this passion.
Yes.
Schoolrooms with multi-generational groupings there, and the importance of reading the Bible and being a scholar and going as far as you can. Is that what you're talking about, being rocked and shaken, that kind of passion for it?
At one point, yes. I think that in Reconstruction, when we look at the millions of American Africans that were seeking education and very passionate about it, that was just the beginning. That was the beginning steps towards repairing the whole person. Because again, during the enslavement process, it was a spiritual thing that happened to us. Our culture, we were stripped of our culture, we were stripped of our understanding of nature, self, God, and others. And so with that, the information part, yes, that was perfectly fine and it was necessary to become literate so that we can then read the books. Some say literacy is one of the first bills, when it comes to academic pursuits, of course, but knowledge in general. Once we were capable of reading the Bible for ourselves, many of us were able to extract certain principles that we can apply directly to our lives, which propelled us to further thinking and further initiation of growth and development beyond the intellect.
So you see that process of further development having stopped or having been misdirected?
I would say misdirected, because I don't think you can stop development, but I think you can definitely guide it and shape it into a particular direction or avenue. And so I feel that somewhere along the lines, as Dr. Woodson points out almost on every page of his book, there has been this concerted effort to guide the educational process or the developmental process of American Africans down a trajectory that would not lead to their optimal development and their optimal efficiency and effectiveness in life as a whole.
So what would you think would be some of the ways to redirect that direction?
I think that as educators, we ourselves, it's kind of like on an airplane, when they say, in case of an emergency, put your mask on first before helping somebody else. Us here as educators, we need to put our masks on, so to speak. I think it would be beneficial for us, those of us who are concerned with justice and educating American African children as well as other children, to understand what the truth is about our situation, to the depth that we are capable of understanding that truth. And then from that point, earnestly seeking a solution and seeking out how we can better improve ourselves as professors, as instructors, as teachers, so that we are imparting as much information as well as inspiration to our students to go ahead and seek further than what we're able to take them.
Do you see this on all levels of education? As college professors, there's a little more autonomy there and agency with what you're teaching. But when you're looking at elementary and junior high, in
you're teaching to the exam or you're teaching to a certain block of time, how do you see a instructor being able to make an impact through that established core of information you have to get out?
Right. Okay, so what I see on an education, on an elementary level, even preschool, homeschool, high school, is that again, it's teacher's presentation. You know, how the instructor, how the teacher shows up to the classroom. How does the teacher handle those 28, sometimes 29 days in February? You know, what is the information now? When a teacher is reading a book that may have a derogatory statement about American Africans, you know, does the teacher censor that statement as they go through, you know, like on the flyer, or do they just run through it and hope that the children didn't catch it? How does the instructor themselves feel about the population that they're actually working with? See, that's what I'm saying about put that mask on first, because how we show up in our children's lives, whether it's our biological children or the children that we're teaching, it has such an impact on how they feel about themselves and what they think about their capability in the future in life.
How important is the homeschooling that you know used to take place a lot before there was the opportunity for structured and mandatory schooling?
Homeschooling is the utmost important. And I think many of us understand homeschooling in a limited way. We see it as setting up an official homeschool where we get a curriculum for our children, when in actuality, homeschooling occurs regardless if we're intending to or not. Because our children are being raised in the household, they're totally absorbing and observing everything that goes on in the home, from the decor to the conversations that take place, to the things that are coming off the television and out of the CD player or MP3 player nowadays. And so the children are actually being schooled at home. And so one of the things I do when I'm working with parents is I encourage them to take an active and conscious role in the schooling that is taking place, to streamline, you know, some of the things that they're exposing their children to be a lot more intentional about what their children are being exposed to.
So really the first interactors are the parents, and so they need the mask more. We as educators need it, but the parents need the mask as well. When you were writing the book, you have a passage in here where you talk about the domino theory, and the dominoes are talking to each other. Talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so, you know, I practice what I preach, so I meditate a lot. So I was in meditation one day, actually when I was writing the book, and just trying to see, because as I said, some people learn in various ways. And so, you know, for the visual learners, I said, how can I best paint this picture so people can actually see what I'm saying as opposed to hearing what I'm saying or reading what I've written? And I just saw this row of dominoes. And, you know, I think I gave the example of fourth and fifth domino. And, you know, if somebody sets up an elaborate web of dominoes and set them up to knock them down, if once they've been knocked down, if you ask the fourth domino who knocked it over, you know, it would likely say the third domino, or if it was coming the other way, the fifth domino. And in actuality, just stepping back, you know, being able to see a bigger picture of what's actually taking place, they would absolutely realize that, one, they were set up to be knocked down. And not only was the person that set them up the one knocking them down, it would appear that they have knocked each other over. And so it's kind of related to the whole crabs in a barrel statement that we overuse, I think. And Dick Gregory once said it to me, and Dr. Woodward says it all the time as well, is that it's not necessarily the crabs that are the problem. And Dick Gregory would say it's that pot of boiling water that they're in. You know, and so it's something else going on that if we cannot step back and see a bigger picture, then we will miss it, and we will absolutely blame the person closest to us.
There's been a lot of discussion about separate schools for boys and for girls. Do you see that as part of a solution to the miseducation that you have a diagnosis going on?
I don't know if it's so much co-ed schools that's causing the problem. Actually, I know it's not the co-ed environment that's causing the problem. I do know that some people have resolved many of the educational issues by having separate classrooms. In fact, we're just down in the Caribbean where one particular Ministry of Education was speaking about having single-sex classrooms as a part of the solution for focusing in on the academic underachievement of their males there on the island. And I see that it can be beneficial, but is that the cause? Not at all. And what I see is that if we could somehow have the single-sex rites of passage program, you know, cultivation of the purpose of the person themselves and assisting them in living on purpose, I think that would be more beneficial than a single-sex classroom environment.
Does a structured school system with the emphasis on the testing lend itself to what you are suggesting?
As far as the rites of passage, I would say yes, because that would be extracurricular. But as far as the test-based educating at this point, I don't think it's very conducive to assisting our children to become better thinkers. And and in the end result, better, more productive citizens. I don't think it lends itself to that process at all.
And how do you see that changing? What are some of the things that can be done if we have to put our children in a system like this? How do you change the system, or how do you tweak it?
Well, I'm one of the people who look at what's most readily changeable, and I would say that's within ourselves. And so I would say we would send our children to these schools more prepared. If that is all that we have, is a public school system that is based on teaching to the test, then we must send our children to school differently, more prepared. And then we must welcome them home differently, and not welcome them home with the television, but welcome them home with supplementary information, supplementary education, by way of cultural specific knowledge, by way of nurturing a warm home environment. Because a lot of times children, when I worked in the school system as a school psychologist, they would literally feel beat up by the end of the day, because it's so much rigor and there's so much emphasis being placed on the rote memory. We're just strictly memorizing information, not necessarily showing how the information is relevant to their day-to-day lives, and not necessarily showing them how they fit into this picture, other than at the bottom subservient role, if we're talking about history, for example, the history of this nation specifically.
When you look at the discussion that's taking place between charter schools and public schools, what do you think about the charter school concept? Is that a way of doing something differently?
The charter school concept, I think, is an excellent concept, and that it proposes to have very specialized schools that address very specific populations. And I think that's great.
You know, this is so.
But I do also know that some people see the business model in it, and they take it and they run with it. So they start to count heads. So for this many students in my charter school, I can have this much money. And once you begin to insert the business model into something that's as dear as human development, then we're bound to run into issues. It's similar to the privatization of prisons. You know, when you're talking about what should be a rehabilitation process, and you begin to put dollar signs on the number of people that are admitted into your facility, then it becomes a conflict of interest, and justice is bound to show its head.
When you started writing Dumbing Down, who was the audience you were writing?
And see, you know, I'm still working on the answer to that question. Because I mean, I want everybody to be able to read it. You know, I want people to read it to their children. You know, but I understand, just like Dr. Woods's work, you know, some of the statements and part of how it's written, you know, may not be accessible to everybody. So realistically speaking, I would start it off maybe in sophomore, junior year in high school, and take it all the way up to our generation and beyond.
And what are the key points of the book? What are some of the key things that you would want a sophomore to get?
I would want a sophomore to understand that what they think they know, they do not know. And whatever it is that they think about education, there's likely to be more to it. A major thing that I have running through the book and that I picked up from Woodson is that there is an aspect of our culture and our history and our human beingness that we are, for the most part, totally ignorant of. And that if we can somehow find that and then practically apply that again, we would be light years ahead of where we currently are.
So how does that happen? I understand the concept of trying to reclaim something. Well, where does that come from? If we can't do it in the school, if parents don't know about it, how are we going to reclaim it?
Well, the way that I reclaimed it was through a professor. It took me to get to college. I mean, I can recall in elementary school, you know, being sent to school in Black History Month in a Malcolm X t-shirt. And, you know, but it was a certain perspective even on that. Right. You know, it was that, you know, you're going to wear this shirt and they're going to be scared. You know, that was the type of things I was told. Now, those are seeds planted, I'm sure. And my mother tells me how, you know, she made my sister and I sit down and watch Roots, you know, the whole Roots series. You know, I don't consciously remember that, but I'm sure that those are seeds that were planted. But then later on, you know, one of my college professors, you know, I guess he was a master farmer. He saw the seeds, he saw that the fruit was ripe for the picking. And so he began to stimulate that growth in that direction. And so what I do understand is that if we set our minds to it, you know, even us as adults, as parents, that we want better for our children, and that if we take an earnest step in the direction of providing better for them as a whole person, things tend to show up in the path that will align them, you know, with their path in life and maybe put them more on purpose. And I know this sounds very, you know, esoteric, but, you know, that's a part of us. You know, we weren't always so much based on the tangible here and now intellectual aspect of things. And in many situations, we still rely on the unseen or the hidden aspect. We call it faith, and so we pray. There's a science to prayer that many of us have yet to actually unlock. And so I would say going down those roads. And so if you're Muslim, go deeper in Islam. If you're Christian, go deeper into Christianity. If you're Jewish, go deeper into Judaism. If you're dealing with the Kemetic sciences, go deeper there. Yoruba, whatever your faith or your religion is, I would say go deeper into it until you can unearth the practical application of your spirituality. And I think that's going to be the major key to unlock this situation that we're in.
This crisis in education for young African American males is reached a plateau. How would you address some of those issues? Do you see meditation as being a key element that can be utilized?
Absolutely. When we're looking at our young brothers, we're looking at a warrior class. And unfortunately, many of these young warriors don't have their general. They don't have the wisdom to give them guidance, the wisdom to give them training, the wisdom to give them discipline in order that they may avoid discipline later. And so I see meditation as a form of self-discipline. It helps a person to become more aware of what's going on inside of them as far as how they feel emotionally, how the person is thinking about a situation, how we have perceived something, and how we interpret it. So, for example, I like to give you an example of when I'm talking to students. Somebody came into a club and they stepped on your brand new pair of shoes. And the club was crowded. You put on these brand new shoes, and they were delicate suede shoes, and somebody steps on them. Immediately, many of us will interpret that to be a disrespectful action. And so I say if it was naturally an act of disrespect or feeling disrespected by somebody stepping on your shoes, a natural consequence of having your shoes stepped on. Then if a 2-year-old baby came across and stepped on your same shoe, you should automatically feel the same way. And most people can see the distinction between a 2-year-old and an adult accidentally stepping on your shoe. And so what I say is that if somehow we can slow down and have that space between the action and the reaction, meaning we can apply some thought, and so that we begin to respond as opposed to reacting, then we will find ourselves in better outcomes in life overall. So, for example, a young man, there's maybe less need for disciplinary action in the school. If a young brother knows that he starts to feel that anger bubbling up, he knows to take, breathe for 1 minute at a particular rate of breathing to calm him back down and give him time to think before he actually begins to act.
One of the other parts that have been addressed is that African American males and females both have been expelled or put out of school at a higher rate than any other group of students. How would you address some of those issues as well? Is that more training for faculty, for counselors?
I would probably approach that 2 ways. One, it wouldn't be simply suspension out of school. There would be an in-school program, such as a Right to Passage program, if the world were mine. I would have a Right to Passage program attached to every school or school district. And when a child is suspended, they would not go home, but they would go to this program that is about cultivating a healthy sense of identity as well as pro-social behaviors. And in addition to that, I would also help to train the teachers to be more culturally sensitive and culturally aware of what's actually taking place with the students that they're working with. If there's a cultural disconnect, that can wreak havoc on any attempt from even a well-intentioned teacher from reaching his or her students. And so I would approach that in 2 ways.
Connor G. Woodson, a role model for you?
Yes, absolutely. He's one of the honored ancestors that I pay homage to in life. Because the things that he published in 1933, and then if you can read some of the articles that he was writing, in that time period, it took a lot of heart, to take that stand. And not only did it take a lot of heart to speak about the existence of racism and white supremacy in the early 20s, and in the 30s and throughout his life, but it also took a lot of courage to give a critical voice to what American Africans were actually involved in, what we were actually doing during that time as well. And it's always risky because you run the risk of what people say, blaming the victim, being accused of blaming the victim. And, so we get these situations where it seems as if we can't critique ourselves and what our involvement is in our own situation. No, we didn't create it, but there are certain aspects of our behavior that's kind of perpetuating it and fueling it, if you know what I mean. And so Woodson is one of my role models, in that respect, the courage that it took for him to step up and present his case the way that he did. And the evidence is that 80 years later, we're still talking about it.
And so someone now making those statements, you are accused of either blaming the victim, as you said. So what preparation does an African-American educator need going in?
Preparation beyond the academic training, self-knowledge, meaning that a person can better understand who they are and what their purpose is in life. I find that a lot of my colleagues throughout time, where I'm talking grad school or if I'm talking postgraduate work, lack that understanding of what they are and what their purpose is. You know, and I'll start off a lot of classes asking, you know, who are you? You know, many of us will say our name. If we're a particular tradition, we may call a few generations back. I may say I'm a man, I'm a father, I'm a husband, you know, those types of things. But those core aspects of who we are, I think, is pretty much missing. And if I had it my way, that would be the core part of teacher preparation, is understanding what their purpose is in life. And also understanding what purpose is to life. Meaning that, you know, if the child has a purpose, it would do good for us as teachers to help them to live on purpose, which is, you know, part of the real definition of education, which is to bring out of the child or bring out of the person what is there naturally and help them to develop and strengthen that process, not necessarily bombarding them with information.
And it seems that's, of course, going to be more important as we go along, having a whole person, which is what it is that you're presenting, someone not just academically prepared, but centered and connected within, and starting at home and coming outward. Is there another book in the works?
Yes, there's another one in the works. Of course, I just published the edited volume from J.A. Rogers' works. It's called Rambling Rumination. And what happened is, when I first started at the Institute for Urban Research, as I was making my transition from Nashville at Fisk University to Baltimore at Morgan, I found through one of my friends who worked in the Fisk Library that we carried the actual personal collection of J.A. Rogers, Joel Augustus Rogers, who was a world-renowned historian. And I got off into his files and I started reading these articles. He had his newspaper clippings. He had these handwritten journals. And I was taken aback. I said, whoa. And so I began to transcribe those. And so over time, you know, I began to compile. I did some research from other newspaper articles. And I put together this like 42 articles that, unless you were around in the 20s and the 30s reading these particular newspapers, some of which I don't know where they came from because they were his personal clippings, you've never read this. And so J.A. Rogers is known for his 3 wide volumes of Sex and Race. He's known for Superman to Man, after he gets to the world, you know, as Nature Leads, Nature Knows No Color Line. He was a paramount race man. And so that one was just published in December. And then I've got about 2 more on the drop this year. Yeah, I'm working.
I see you are. Well, your thoughts and your ideas are certainly welcome as we face the challenges of how to prepare African-American young people for the world in all levels of education. I want to thank you for being with us today.
I appreciate the invitation.
If you want more information about the academic programs and events offered by the University of the District of Columbia, visit the university's website at www.udc.edu.
That was good. So, guys, let me make sure I stop this. So, Miseducation of the Negro, we will be reading this tomorrow. And like I said before, this will be read via private link. There will be no, you know, craziness going on in the chat or anything like that. And I'm not saying that I expect it to be, but just so I can be sure, it will be read by private link. You know, we will have some young ones there. What is this with the Georgia Guidestones in it? All right, whatever. Anywho, yeah. So tomorrow, that is what we will be doing, and to get in on that, you guys need to send me just send me an email. Let me know you wanna be added to the reading, and I will send you a link. And I'm about to close out because I am sleepy. So, Ledford, you have any closing thoughts? Any closing words?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me again. This is the second time. You had me on one of your lives, I believe, and so appreciate that. And I'm definitely interested in the book reading tomorrow. So if you can drop me a link or an email or whatever, I'll be there for it. I'd like to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank everybody in the chat for staying up with us. Appreciate it.
Yes, definitely. I definitely appreciate you coming on, and you know you're welcome back. I will add you to the book list. Supon had a message for you. He retracted it. I don't know if he thought I was gonna have an issue with it, but he said that your boy declared himself a member of the Manosphere.
Who?
I guess the same sucker that visited the Guidestones. Looked like he visited the Guidestones. That's what it looked like. It's in the recommendations here.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like in the recommendations.
Okay, I have to check it out.
Yeah, that's something that was on my bucket list. Just ain't got around to it. I got several things in Georgia I want to check out and do videos on. That's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of research I've been wanting to do on it before I wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because I started doing research on it and I found it very interesting. The things that I was finding out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. But I just thought I'd pass that message along to you from Supon.
No, okay, no, again, I'm sorry. Tell me exactly what he said.
He said that he declared himself, I guess, officially a member of the Manosphere.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, well, congratulations, I guess. There's nothing I want to be a part of, though. I don't want to be part of the Manosphere. I don't knock anybody that is. I just don't want to be part of it.
Yeah. Can't really say I'm surprised, but yeah, I don't care either. But I ain't surprised.
Supon is cool. I'm cool with Supon is cool with me and everything. Because I just
Supon cool.
Yeah, I just never wanted to be involved in that or anything like that. So
no, not Soup. No, he's saying that the not I gotta figure out what to call him because he ain't the GOAT.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, he ain't the B1.
Well, he been trying to get with them for the longest, kissing ass to try to get with them for the longest. So
right.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
surprised.
right.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm not surprised.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I say I am not surprised. So.
All right, Aakasha, I know you're sleepy and you're tired and everything. So, but again, thank you for having me.
Yeah, I guess when they was lying about being at the Super Bowl, they was actually at the Guidestones because she was telling me that they was filming something that they wanted to put out, and she never really put out anything.
Damn, so they even lied about that, huh?
Yeah, they never produced any proof that they was at the Super Bowl. They just kept telling everybody. Yeah, and she was like, these underlings wish they could afford to be like, who says something like that?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. She got some problems.
Like, yeah, who says something like that? I see a video. This guy says that the book, The Best Education of the Negro Changed His Life. Now, I will admit that I haven't read this book yet. Um, Again, I do have a lot of books, and so some of these books I will be enjoying them for the first time with you guys. So this is one of them. So I was happy that it was picked.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't
Yeah, I
read
was
that
happy
one either.
because I haven't read it. So I'm looking forward to it. So I'm gonna try and not come on too late. So if don't nobody catch me live, you're still gonna have a link, and you can, just like any other video, come back and see it.
Yeah.
It's still be up, and I'm gonna try to be consistent, like do it the same day every week. And Michael was having a suggestion. Um, I thought he was gonna show up so he can bring it up again about if we could do something. So maybe he'll come tomorrow when we actually do it, and then I'll make time either before or after, depending on when he shows up, so he can remind me of what it is that he was asking, because I forgot. But he was asking if we could do something with the book reading.
So what is the format? Are you going to read a
Huh?
chapter? Are you going to read a chapter at a time, or what's the format? How are you going to do it?
Um, that's a good question. I think I'm gonna just do like an hour at a time,
Oh, okay. Okay.
because there are gonna be some homeschool students to join the link.
Oh, okay. All right. That's cool.
So I don't want to have it to be too long. And I know, man, when I get to read, like enjoy, we talking about reading. Now this,
Yeah.
oh boy, yeah, I'm excited. We can talk about reading. You can lose yourself in that.
Right.
I mean, just being on YouTube chatting. I don't even know how long we've been on here, and it's probably been a while. And we really ain't been talking about nothing, to be honest. We ain't really been talking about that. We didn't really start talking about something until we really started talking about this. I mean, I think we was talking about something when we was talking about the parenting thing. Like that was a pretty, important topic. But
Yeah.
when you get to reading, like
Time will
time
fly.
get just get lost. So I think I'm gonna have like a timer to make sure I don't really go over an hour,
Yeah.
because that's something like I don't want anybody to like not get any of the video, because then
Right.
you're gonna miss some of it. So I want to do it just one day a week, so that because everybody has stuff they gotta do. So it's like, you could put something out and then maybe you didn't catch this video, but I'll catch the next video if you don't come back and catch it, depending on what the subject is. But
Yeah.
this is a book, actual book reading. So, if you miss something, then you're kind of lost. So that's why I want to keep them short and then do them just one day a week, so that'll give everybody a chance to stay on the same page.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And I did my best to give everybody who wanted to sign up a chance to sign up. So if somebody wants to get on late, then that will be up to them. But they'll have to be responsible for going back
Right.
and listen to the first read. And I will only do that after the first week. Because I can't trust that somebody's going to come in and then ask a question or two that won't be relative. Because I don't mind people having a discussion, throughout, but asking questions about stuff that's already been read, like
Right. Right.
that's the whole point of me having the thing private, so it won't be too many people trying to throw people off. Because, like I said, they're going to be homeschoolers that are going to be coming in on these things, and I don't want people to come in and being disrespectful and like the language being all crazy and or racist people, trolls or stuff like that. Like I don't want any of that stuff going on. So
You just got to mod some people up.
huh?
You just got to mod some people up to help with the trolls.
Well, yeah, because I probably won't be too tight with the chat anyway. If I'm trying to read. So I'll make sure that mods are in the chat or whatever.
Yeah.
So again, thank you guys for all coming out. And we will see you guys tomorrow. If you guys are going to be in the wow, I missed a lot of messages again. YouTube did it to me again. Okay, sorry, Lightbearer. I'm just now seeing your email. I didn't even see it last time. Like, YouTube has done this to me a lot. Okay. Well, anywho, thank you guys for coming out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I probably, okay, since you're thumbing down, then I'm going to delete you.
Uh-oh. Who's that?
Shug.
You know Shug just messing with you. He ain't gonna thumb you down.
I deleted his comment. Oh, and he said Daddy's home. Yeah, I'm deleting that one too.
Shug just messing with you.
Yeah, that's definitely some bullshit. Oh, are you coming over here to tell everybody you've been coming over here thumbing down my videos? I hope not, because I already had Amanda who I thought it was, and it wasn't you. Don't make me think it was you. Don't make people think it was you, because I thought it was somebody else. I thought it was a certain someone. So you sent your favorite couple to my state to do a little documentary on the Godstones while they was lying, telling everybody that they was living La Vida Loca at the what you call it
Super Bowl.
Yeah, help me out. I'm tired. Yeah, at the Super Bowl. Man.
You can't trust anything Taz now, I'm saying. Taz.
That's why you can't never tell. Also, you got to be careful about what you say you're going to do, because you never know who's listening.
Yeah.
Because I had made this announcement a while ago. Because actually me and Dred was going to put this together. We said we was going to do a documentary on the Godstones. Now, I don't know exactly what he did as far as documentary wise. It's probably not a documentary. They probably just went there and filmed themselves, because I haven't clicked on the video. But I'm talking about, I wanted to do a story on it, not just go there, because I was intrigued by it.
Yeah.
The whole story. I don't know if you're familiar with the story.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
It's very intriguing to me. Some guy came here and had them build these stones, which are huge tablets, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
With
Yeah. I
these
am familiar with
instructions. Yeah.
Back in the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah. How we're supposed to live, and careful rules that we are supposed to abide by in order to, I guess, save humanity, save the earth. And the first one is to reduce the population by a certain number. And then you got, other rules. And it's also the way that the stones are set up,
Right.
kind of like they have a mystery to it, like the pyramids do. Um, they're calculated to a degree for a certain function.
Right.
And so back when I was cool with Dread, who, by the way, in case ain't nobody noticed, has a YouTube app. I'm like, what's really going on here? But yeah, he went and got a YouTube website going on. It's been passed around and everything. I was like, what the hell? But anywho, yeah, well, I came up with the idea and I said, let's do this since we're here in Georgia and make it a documentary. And I talked about it, but I didn't really see too many people because I wanted people to kind of like be willing to put some money up for this because I'm talking about like really looking into it because I want to find out some information because it has a mystery to it. It has a real mystery to it.
Right.
And I
Yeah.
did look into some stuff, but it's some other stuff I want to check out about it. And like really, I don't want to say too much, but you know, really find out some stuff. But
Whatever you're gonna do, go ahead and do it.
it's pretty intriguing. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Some people think it's eerie, scary, or whatever, but I find it interesting. I find it interesting. I do. You
Yeah.
know, Georgia actually has a lot of cool stuff to check out. That's one thing I do want to do. I want to actually go around and you know, check out a lot of stuff that's going on here and actually get it on camera. You know, I really
Right.
do. Because there's a lot of hidden jewels. I won't say hidden, but just not enough documented jewels here in Georgia. It really, really, really is. It really is. hmm I talk to some people who are here about some of this stuff, and they be like, "Who? What?" I'm like,
Yeah.
but you live here though. You don't even know. Like you don't for real. Some were born and raised here, and I'm like, are you serious? You never heard of this? You never heard of that? And they like, no. Some people here don't even know about Gullah Geechee. And
Wow.
I'm like,
Okay.
how can you not know? How can you not know that? That's why I'd be like, some people just kind of be it too much into a shell, like way too much. So you know, they just yeah. I don't know. But then again, I came here and some people here never been to Six Flags. Me and my son was going like every day. I'm like, how do you not? It's in your freaking city. And you never been not once. But that's how it goes though. Sometimes people don't pay attention to something that's right in front of their face.
Yeah, but you
So
would
I
think there
don't
were no Six Flags, though.
Huh?
You would think they would know what Six Flags was.
Yeah, I think they just didn't care to go because they have Whitewater, which is what I prefer, and that's where we was going to. I'm not big on roller coasters, but people said that they um, either never went or only went like once to either or.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then you have a lot of people that said they never even left the city or the state.
That's crazy there.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. But if you haven't, at least explore it though. That's just the thing. That's just the thing. But at the same time, I can't talk too much because even though I found myself to be a little bit adventurous and I do travel, I think I kind of, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I kind of understand where some of that comes from, because I think people say, oh, I love my city, I love my state. But you know, I don't think we really, most of the time, like people say, I love my mama, you know, or that you love your own something or whatever. But I don't think people really put too much into their own, or like as much as somebody else would, because I don't think, like, although I really didn't like my state, and I didn't really think it was hitting on nothing. I didn't try to find out either. And I'm pretty adventurous. I'm pretty curious, and I do look for stuff. Like I look for like the mountains and the monuments and all that kind of stuff. But actually I didn't really start looking for that stuff much until I started venturing out on the knowledge tip. You know what I mean?
Right.
But there's a lot of places in North Carolina that I didn't actually visit. I didn't visit. Although I've been to a lot of places in North Carolina, they have a lot of nice places too that are good to see. And actually haven't been to. And some people say, well, have you ain't never been to such and such, man? That's a good place to take a vacation, man. And nice out there. You get out there in the mountains. And I'm like, what, for real? In North Carolina? Are you serious? I never heard of that. Like, what? They like, what? For real? You was born? I'm like, yeah, I was. So I get it. Just didn't really, know about it. So, hey. Didn't look hard enough, I guess. So I get it.
Or maybe it was just something you were not into. So.
Probably not as much. No, not as much as now.
Yeah.
I probably wasn't opened up enough to it. But by the time I got to Georgia, I wanted to find all these type of things. So sometimes you can't find what you aren't necessarily looking for, or you don't necessarily know that you're looking for.
Right.
So, yeah. Oh, shoot. Hold on. What's going on in chat? Michael? Hey, Michael. So, Michael, since you're here, I was about to leave, and you missed all kinds of stuff because we've been here for a minute. We've been here for a very long time. But we did just discuss the fact that we are having our book reading tomorrow, and we're going to do it probably every Wednesday for like an hour once a week. And I was trying to remember what your suggestion was. You remember you had a suggestion of something that we should do while we're doing a book reading? If you could jog my memory, I can't remember what it was that you were saying. And it sounded like a pretty cool idea. I just don't remember what it was. And we was just talking about the Georgia Guidestones. I think you remember we had adding articles, yeah. We just watched a little small okay, we watched, this was from UDC Forum, And it was called Reflections on the Miseducation of the Negro. It's about 27 minutes long. And there was a guy, he kind of reminds me of earlier Dr. Umar, but of course a more articulate, you know, poised, well-mannered Dr. Umar. Like if you were to ask where could Dr. Umar maybe gotten himself from, probably this guy, maybe. Mm. I don't know, but I think his name is Dr. Menzie, Menzise, alumni of both Fisk and Howard University, where he received an advanced training and degrees in clinical psychology, and is licensed as a school psychologist. Hold up, wait a minute. This sounds like it got Uma in it. Did you guys? I'm just saying. Do you hear Umar in here?
Yes,
Because I'm not gonna
familiar
lie. While
ring.
you're talking, I
It's a
heard
familiar
Umar,
ring. Yeah, it's a familiar ring. So.
and this is old. I mean, this is old. This is like 1990s old. So, yeah. I mean, we can look at the tape and tell this was VHS.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to read it again. It said Dr. Menzies, if I'm saying it right, is an alumni. I'm saying that wrong, too. That's alumnus of both Fisk and Howard Universities, where he received advanced training and degrees in clinical psychology and is licensed as a school psychologist in the District of Columbia. Now, if I look up Umar and watch one of his videos, he's going to say the exact same thing, except for he's going to throw in school principal. I promise you. All right, so it says he is also the staff of the Institution for Herbal Research at Morgan State University. And he is the author of Dumbing Down, Reflections of the Miseducation of the Negro. And he argues that much, if not all, of Dr. Woodson's observations, now over 80 years ago, wow, are still true of the education experience of the African American. Wow. Okay. So look at how many years later, and we're still basically in the same spot.
So we got the wrong people educating us. That's why.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just being real. I'm just being real.
it's more than just that, though.
But that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, but what about us who know better? I mean, the youth need to be educated. Us adults, we pretty much know. I mean, there's so much we can teach ourselves and everything, but the basics we know. We know enough to know to change so much about what we do, think, and say every day. So, what's
But
this you
Aakasha,
scared?
when the first place we go, we go right to public school. We're at 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you're being indoctrinated from the age of 5, and until you become an adult, and even a lot of adults don't even know that you can self-educate and what's really going on in this world. So
Mm-hmm.
I understand why a lot of people are still lost.
Yeah.
Some
Somebody
people,
said in the thread, I'm sorry, what did you say?
there's a lot of people are comfortable in the system.
Right. Yep. And somebody said in a thread earlier today that some of our people have to die off. So,
Yeah.
80 legs. You laughing, but I mean, I'm saying, does that sound like Umar to you? It sounds like Umar's grandfather to me. Like Umar, like, are y'all twins? Like, is this Umar's? Did you reincarnate from this guy? Should we Google him to see if he's still living? Like, Umar, did you study this guy and say these Negroes ain't gonna learn about him? These Negroes don't read. Umar probably got this dude's social security number. Let me stop.
I thought he proved he was a doctor and all that shit.
Umar
Psychologist.
stole his identity, everything except for his name. He was like, nah, I ain't gonna take his name now, but I'm gonna take everything else. Oh no.
You seen that movie Changing Lives, right?
Seen with the what?
Have you seen the movie Changing Lives?
Mm, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, check it out. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Just check it out whenever you get a chance.
Changing Lives?
Yep.
That sounds familiar. Who's in it?
I can't remember who's in it. I can't remember who's in it exactly. I think it's an early 2000, late 90s movie.
Okay. Now this one flick everybody's talking about, Ava DuVernay, that's on Netflix. What's the name of it? Ugh.
When They See Us.
Is that it?
That's it. If you're talking about the Central Park 5, yeah.
I haven't.
You haven't seen it?
No, I just scrapped my Netflix.
Did you?
When I get Netflix, man, when I watch, I don't like to say the word mad because I don't get mad. I get upset. I get frustrated. You don't want to see me mad. I'm David Banner. You don't want to see me mad. But yeah, when my series is over with and they only have like 4 or 5, I'll cancel my subscription. Like, how dare you? And they do it all the time. I'll cancel it. I'll make them give us free. Like, what? You tried it. So yeah, I just got rid of them too. I did all the Queen of South. I did what was it? Lightning
Black Lightning.
Yeah, I did all Black Light. Once I did that was the only 2 things I was into on there right now. I can't. I really didn't see anything else. So I did watch a movie or 2 that I found pretty good, but other than that, I don't spend too much time because I got other stuff. And then it's like, I try not to get heavy into anything else. So to make sure I just get out of there. And they only had like a few episodes on there, and then I just drop them.
Yeah.
And then they come back. They come back. Every time I try to leave, something pulling me back. So I'm not unless somebody gonna throw me their password, I'm not watching it right now. But I did because I'm a be honest, I'm not familiar with the story. So I was watching the original interview with the guys, and I made a mistake because I was sleepy, and I started watching it, and I fell asleep on it. I shouldn't did that. I shouldn't did that.
You gotta watch it.
And I remember my dream too. I ain't gonna lie. I had a crazy dream. Man, the KKK was after us, and we was in a pickup truck, and it was me and somebody that I know. But he was my son in my dream, but he's not my son in real life. It was crazy. Yeah, they was in a pickup truck too, and they was chasing us.
Yeah.
And they wanted to kill him because he was getting smart with them. Like because he really wasn't getting smart. It's just because he wouldn't be like, you know, oh, sir, yes, sir, and all that kind of crazy stuff. And he was a light-skinned boy too, and he just wasn't like, I'm not about to do all of that. And I was like, because we were way ahead of them, so I was like trying to talk to him in the back seat, like, dude, you're gonna have to be light-skinned. You sure is dumb. They're gonna kill you. Like, you can't do that coming from up north like you Emmett Till or some shit. Like, you cannot do that. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna kill you. It's not worth it. You're gonna be dead. Like, they're gonna kill. And he was like, I don't care. I'm not doing that. I'm like, these dudes got guns. They're gonna kill you. I get it. I understand how you feel.
You can't buy that for that shit.
Like, I know, I understand. And then they came, they caught up with us, they put the guns in his face, they was pulling him out of the truck, and it was so traumatic that I just woke up. I woke up and the doggone junk was still playing. I was like, man, get this, stop this doggone. And I didn't go back and watch the rest of it. I checked out some of the comments, but I didn't finish it or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I went back and watched, like, looked at some comments under another video about the actual movie. And then I looked at some comments on Facebook, some people was talking about it or whatever. And on Instagram. And I'm just kind of tripping off of what I'm hearing. Like, people are saying they scared to watch it. And then some people are saying they cried. And I'm just like, it can't be that deep. Like,
oh, it was pretty good though. Hey, you need to watch it.
You saw it?
Yeah, of course I saw it.
Okay.
I did a couple of videos on it.
Oh.
Yeah, I watched it.
You know what? I thought I saw one of your videos had that in the title.
Yeah. I got it.
And I did want to click on it because I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear a review.
Yeah. But I checked it. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about it. You see, I don't know. It's certain stuff I may want to hear a review, and then I may just want to see for myself. Because sometimes I like to watch stuff and then not exactly know what to expect. I like for it to take me there, just like if I was reading a book or something. So I don't know, but and maybe I want to, because I didn't finish the actual interviews. I started off, it was at the beginning, the young man was sitting there, and maybe this is what makes me just want to watch it and not hear, anything else, because the young man was sitting there, and I'm a comment section person. I'm bad in the comment section. I'm gonna tell you how bad I am. I'll start watching something and I'll go read the comments while I'm actually listening to the video play. And I will scroll through half the comments. I don't care how many comments it is, before even, it depending on how many comments it is, I'll read all the comments. I don't know why. I think I know why.
I can't do panels and read the comments. I just can't do it.
No, if I'm doing a video, if I'm like we're on right now, I don't be in the comment section too much.
Yeah.
But I will peek down every once in a while. But that's because I know my chat room don't be buzzing like that. So I can look down every once in a while and I don't really miss nothing. Like, hi, Spirit of Truth. Welcome back, Light Bearer. See, it's just that easy. Like, but
Are you putting out links? Are you promoting when you go live? Because I shouted you out in a, you know, to let everybody know that you went live. So you need to start doing that. You get more people. Because I'm not getting a lot of notifications anymore.
Yeah, well, YouTube will suppress notifications of what channels they want to, and they've been suppressing my channel for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I was saying about, what's the name of the movie again?
When They See Us.
When They See Us. Okay. Okay, so the young man was starting out, and this is the original. This is the guys, the actual guys, not the movie. This is the actual interview.
Yep.
So, and I didn't even look for this. It popped up in my thread, right? So I started watching it. And so I went to the comment section. And so that's when they told me, hey, this is the original video. And so people were starting to talk about the case, and they were starting to talk about, you know, how did we get this? And they didn't have it during the court time and all of this, that, and the third. And people were saying, like, clearly, you know, he was lying, or clearly he was coerced, or clearly this, that, and the third. And I was looking at something. I was looking at him talking, and I was like, what? I was listening at him talking while I was reading the comments. And they was like, you can tell he forget halfway through. And I was like, what did they see? And the lady, and they was talking about the lady questioning him, and she ought to be ashamed of herself. She was tripping him up and all that kind of stuff. Everything that they were saying, I wasn't seeing. You know what I mean?
Well, they were
Like,
they got coerced into saying those, you know, into confessing. They didn't do it, but they were telling them, hey, if you confess, you'll get to go home. You know, everything will be all right. And so when you're 13, 14, 15 years old, well, 14, 15, 16 years old, or whatever, you know, you're going to believe that.
right.
Yeah, I just want to get this over so I can go home. I don't want to be sitting in jail and all that old shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so they told them what to say.
Right. And that's why I said I'm just gonna wait and watch it, because then I want to see how how it all came about. Because from the parts that I saw, which I, you know, like I said, I fell asleep on, when I saw it, from what I saw, he was, man, it looked like he was ratting his behind off, like he was telling all his homeboy. They was like, so what was you doing? He was like, I was playing with her legs. It's like, what was so and so doing? Oh, he was doing, you know, he was saying this, he was doing, so and so was doing this, and he was messing with her, that da 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 da. Like, he was just giving it all up. Like, I didn't see him stutter, hesitate. You know, none of, he looked like he had no. But then again, like I said, I fell asleep on it, so maybe at the time I wasn't, you know, as vibrant as I thought I was. And so I was missing some stuff that everybody else already saw and knew, because they had seen everything.
Yeah.
But it looked like dude was giving it up. So when I saw their comments, I was like, This ain't what I'm seeing. This ain't what I'm hearing.
You need to check it out again when you're fresh and wide awake. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to see the original part again, like the original interview from them,
Right.
and then watch the movie. I'm not sure in what order I want to do it though. I'm not sure if I want to watch it before I see the movie or after. Probably I'll watch it before, since I don't even have Netflix right now.
Yeah.
But you know, it's an interesting story, and it's unfortunate. And I think it's very good that they put the movie out.
Yep.
I want to see it, and then I want to come back and if you would, let's have a talk about it in more detail.
Sure.
Because I think I mean, if they hadn't had the movie, I never would have heard of the story.
A lot of people wouldn't have.
Right. Right. So, sometimes people do complain about these kind of movies being done. And I get it because, we all have emotions and we all are affected by these things sometimes. But at the same time, sometimes we do need to be affected by them. And sometimes we need the information to be out there for different reasons.
Just the education.
And yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, um, think about how many other stories like this have not gotten out or haven't gotten out as big as this one, because we know that there's other stories out here that maybe were in a YouTube video or maybe told, but just not in a movie.
Right.
Because I have heard many other stories. And so
Yep.
we know there are many after that, because this was happening like so commonly to our people.
I would
So
say,
common.
I would say it's probably been happening ever since 1619.
Hmm. A very common thing. A very common thing. You know, it's just really crazy how little regard that there. I'm gonna say is. I'm not even gonna say was. I'm gonna say is just for our people's lives. And to know that there still is, and even by our own people, is absolutely ridiculous.
I agree.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, thank you, Spirit of Truth. He says, I seem to get 8 to 12 people per stream. Numbers are no thing because my perspective and content is very good. We all have a life away from YouTube as time is precious. That's a fact.
And then also too, you got to look at the time of the night it is too.
Yeah, that's true. But sometimes this be the time where the most people will come over. So it sometimes it's good. It's the best time for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But sometimes, hey, I don't think YouTube let too many people know that we were going live, because I had to do this back to back because they shut me down the first time.
That was weird. Yeah.
It is, but it just happens. I don't even know. I don't even know, man. So these guys are up 2 o'clock in the morning.
It may be
I
West
be
Coast.
trying.
West Coast
I be
people. I'm
trying
on
to
the West
figure.
Coast.
You're on the West Coast.
Yep.
Okay, so that means It's midnight for you?
If it's 2 where you're at, it's 11 here. It's 3 hour difference.
Okay.
You guys are 3 hours ahead if you're on the East Coast.
Okay. So yeah, I counted 2 hours. Wow. I was supposed to then went to sleep. I think Michael came through and gave me like a power boost, like a video game. And that gave me like probably an extra 30 minutes? Because I think after we listened to that video, I was about to pass out.
Yeah.
So I think I'm done now.
All right.
And I don't know exactly what time. We're gonna go live tomorrow, but I know it's not gonna be too late. I'm gonna try and do it during the day. So I'm just gonna be sending out the link, guys. So if you haven't gotten it by the evening, then you probably just want to shoot me an email or check your spam, because I'm gonna try to do it like before 6, at least before 8 p.m.
So what time is it there now?
What time is it where I'm at?
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m.
3.
Almost
Okay,
3 a.m.
yeah. So it's midnight here, and it'll be midnight here in a minute. So yes, midnight here. Well, you're 3 hours ahead. So if you do it at 6, it'll be 3 here. If you do it at 8, it'll be 5.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll be good at that time. So I'm good.
Yeah, I want to make sure any of you can get it before the end of their evening.
Yep. That's a good time, between 6 and 8.
Yeah. If not, they can get it the next day, but give them a chance to try to catch it live. So yeah, Michael, if you're talking about any articles, if you guys have any articles you want to contribute, then you can do that. I actually see something else that I think I want to probably add. I'm clipping it now. So we'll check that out tomorrow.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and drop off.
All right, and so am I. Let me save this right here. And thank you all for coming through. I'm going to call out everybody who came through. Thank you for coming through, Deke. Have a good night.
Yeah, no problem. You too. Take care.
All right. Thank you guys in the chat. Light Bear, Lady Legs, Smoke Bear, Nene Baby, Soup Bone, even Uncle Shug. And I'm probably missing some people because my chat is rolled up. And Michael, Spirit of Truth. And I think I said Lady Legs earlier. Yes. Thank you all for coming through, rocking with us. And you're so welcome, Michael. And thank you guys for hitting that like button. And I will see you all tomorrow. Rest well. Peace.